Okay, hello. How's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Ooh, I don't need to have the speedrunning thing up right now for once. Poggers. We got some build crafting today. We're doing wedding invitation stuff, which to recap, if you missed it yesterday, apparently that gun has an effect that most people just didn't know about that makes it really good and explains part of why it lost so much power when certain changes were made to how projectiles are handled by the game's engine a couple years ago. But it's cool. It's cool. We're gonna dive into that. But how we doing, Rabbit, Mr. Sean, Loading Screen, Nunu, Upper Moon, Priz, Sora, Super, anyone else who I might have missed? So I'll start by saying that this gun is weird. In terms of things that it's good with, it kind of breaks certain rules that are normally good guidelines for how to gear certain action skills. Looking pretty fly today? Hey, I'm glad you think so. Thank you. Like, I straight up have Gorillas in the Mist on with a sniper rifle, and that's something I usually directly recommend against. I forgot to get my bang stick. I don't need that right now anyway. I don't need it. Just have that. So Wedding Invitation is... It gives a stacking debuff when you trigger its on-crit effect, and also its ricochets do it. That stacks up to 4 times. That gives enemies a vulnerability to fire damage and a vulnerability to cryo damage. So the more you shoot an enemy with this, the more damage they take. Now, the first shot of a Wedding Invitation, pretty unremarkable. It's not particularly good. But by the time you get to, like, the third shot, you're hitting pretty hard. So, Flak's biggest contributions to this are, hey Viper, are you have Two Fang for another way of getting an extra projectile. So on a Two Fang and Wish shot, that's 3 projectiles going out. That's 3 chances for the effect. That's 3 potential ricochets. We also have improved consistency on crits. Just gotta get the ASEs going, now we're good. Between Megavore and Fade Away, be it 3-shot Fade or Gorillas, you simply crit more. As you can see, I'm spamming, so this is not being overkill carried, like a lot of other Jacob snipers end up being. Rolls in the Mist Sniper, yeah. A comment, Wedding Invitation content is crazy. It's silliness. The thing is, I am using Infernal Wish, so often the thing that kills me is the buildup of my wish stacks. That's fine. And the ricochets do self-damage. That's why we didn't start with Moe's today. That's something I gotta figure out. How much we actually want radius on it on Moe's, because you die quite a lot to your own ricochets. The artifact in class mod, it's AoE damage, AoE radius, and melee damage for rack stab. That's correct for class mod. For artifact, you want AoE damage, you just want to make sure it's not in the topmost listed slot. Because the one that rolls in the top slot is different from the one that rolls in the other two. The one that rolls in the other two also has radius, whereas the one in the top does not. Has been checked if Hunter Seeker crits can stack the debuffs. In my gameplay, I did not notice that happening, throwing a lot of Hunter Seekers. So it seems to be like Moxie weapons in that it checks for the actual gun, not for gun damage while holding the gun. Fine. As long as I can see an enemy to shoot. Still chilling. So I don't have Consec or anything. That damage is increasing per shot. Unblinking Eye resets every 3 shots. So it's not just Unblinking Eye either. Thing do be debuffing. Oh, nice ricochet. When you can aim, this looks very fun. The beautiful thing is you don't necessarily need to be able to aim all that well. Like the solution to bad aim here is more mag size. I just don't have mag size anywhere. Since this thing can fire up to 3 projectiles, assuming Wish is active and you get a 2-fang shot. And you can get ammo back for each of those that crits. So you could consume 1 ammo and get 3 back. And that's before Leave No Trace. So could potentially get 4 ammo back from 1 shot. Or conditions for Wish to be active, have some amount of shield bar. Any amount that isn't 0. Love Groundbreaker. Ricochet moment. I don't want to out myself here as having slightly better aim than I'd lead on. It's only slightly better. It's still frequently problematic. here for the reload. We go to the old reliable spot. Fine. We got pet revive. Gun sounds so good. It really does. It's so satisfying. So the Woden kill is funny with this gun as well. This is just like version 1 of the setup. There's plenty of stuff I want to experiment with. See how it functions. Fine. Nope, not enough damage to break that. Yeah, one of the things I want to try out is a shock ASC. Deal with that. I currently have this shock fastball just because I think that's a hilarious way of dealing with that problem. Shields are a little tough till we get it going. The dot from this thing honestly ain't bad either. Hey, McBain. Okay, so skill tree stuff that I was thinking about experimenting with. There's potentially a universe in which you get some value out of fuzzy math. But as always, the opportunity cost with Purple Tree is super fucking questionable. Because that would involve losing something. It's just not this universe. Yeah. Like, if this was a non-URAD... If this was a URAD build, I should say, we could justify cutting off half a green, and then we could also cut off blue, and that would get us down to a point in fuzzy math. But URAD doesn't make sense here, because next to max cryo makes a lot of sense. Next to max corrosive also works out well, but cat. Low. I want to try one with next to max corrosive, take advantage of the bounty hunter tech. I want to compare those runs back to back, see what happens. Yeah, we've cryo and corrosive here. Maybe shock in one of these slots would be good. Do I have a grenade to give me that? Yes. Yes, I do. Let's try that again. Bounty hunter? Yeah. Flaccid weddings. Uh-huh. Yes, Kevin, you are a cat. Hey, Goliath, how are you? Happy Friday. Think you've gotten some 6 split kills? Yeah, the first one I did, it just one-shot both halves, like, on the first trigger pull. And I was like, oh, I guess the fight's over now. One of the downsides of running Gorillas is that it does delay my ASEs significantly. I don't quite know what to do about that. Like, I could go even shorter duration by not taking Persistence Hunter, or I could go back to 3-shot, but there's definitely situations where Gorillas is super helpful, so I don't know. I don't quite know what to do with that. There's also the option of going even more duration, but that would require pets getting kills, like a lot of kills. So, no. Yes, Cat, you are a good boy. Maybe even the goodest. Okay? Are you happy? One shots both halves. Oh, well, I know what I'm doing on stream tomorrow. Yeah, pretty much how it happened. Aw, I was just popping my action skill. It is amusing that the ricochets of this gun sometimes get confused and will just do 180s in the air. As the CB Wedding Invitation doing some work in 2023. It does a thing that most of us didn't know about, Dex. Wedding Invitation is a debuffing gun. forget to drink water. I've got coffee. That's technically water, right? Like most weddings, ha. So yeah, this gun stacking up to 4 times when you... Thank God for Lone. Yeah, Lone coming in with the accidental content. When you trigger the wedding invitation's effects, you know, you get the call sound, the explosion, Misterino. It applies 1 stack of a debuff that reduces the enemy's resistance to cryo and fire. And this stacks up to 4 times. The explosion and the ricochet apply this. Oopsie. Okay, reinstalling BL3 again, let's go. That's the other downside of running Gorillas. I don't have Not My Circus. Hey, Amber. We'll take the L on that one. Pain. This new information? Yes is the short answer. The longer answer is, apparently Lone has, like, known that for a while. I didn't. So, as of yesterday, Mr. Sean and I were independently each messing around with this. And he's done some cool Amara stuff with it that he's gonna do on his stream tomorrow. Right? Right? Because I haven't seen it yet. That's not the highlight? Oh, double feature. And yeah, I've been messing around with it on Flak. I did a little bit of Moze briefly. And I have some Zane ideas. But so far, I've only really put serious time into the Flak stuff. Just been going well. Dynamo. How much the amount of debuff? I don't remember the percentage offhand. Duration's 5 seconds. Debuff is... What was it? Did it go 15? Was it by 15s? I don't fucking remember. Fire up to 100, cry up to 200. Thank you. I went by 25 for 150 for the other. It's equivalent to saying Rihanna's the warm-up. Stares pregnantly. Hey Kitty, how you doing? Hey Runemac. Megavore being kind there. Froze that Death Sphere. That's something I do want to mess around with this. Like, some cryo efficiency? Like, maybe running an Icebreaker over a Company Man here could be interesting. Hey Sora, thanks for taking care of Kitty, I appreciate it. No, Wish. Wish dot got me. Oh, killed by my own shield. I think this wedding invite setup's good enough to become a new dock conclusion. No, because fundamentally gun builds are already, like, basically fully represented there. Not even Lucky 7 has its own entry in the Flak dock because you don't really make different choices other than not taking Megavore. This is, like, skill tree-wise pretty indistinguishable from any skill tree you'd make for a single projectile gun you're trying to get 2 Fang value out of. So it's just gear swaps. Like, pretty standard gear at that. Nothing crazy going on here. All this BL3 play made me start another Mo's playthrough. Let's go. Consider myself a wedding invite fan, didn't know about its hidden thing for shame. I mean, that's what happens when an item does enough individual things. You assume that once you found a cool thing it does, that's the thing it does. But some items just have multiple things going on. And, like, we assumed the Wedding Invitation's lost power was due to it just hitting a lot of times with the bonus projectile behavior thing that they fixed. And that was certainly part of it. But think about what, with this debuffing thing, that those extra projectiles really meant. It meant that if you were hitting that crit once, and you had 3 extra instances of damage. Let's say you even had only 1 extra projectile. Let's say you're running around with Playing Dirty on Zane, and you hit a crit 1 time. And you had 2 bonus elements. Well, you were hitting 6, so that was 6 ricochets. 6 sets of ricochets, I should say. And you fully debuff that enemy. And then those ricochets go off and debuff other enemies. Like, the faster stacking of the debuff was a huge component that we just didn't account for. I'm moving. They're moving too much, chat. Yeah, Leo, Wish and Two-Fang. Oh, Pet, I need you. Oh, never mind, I'm good. No, I do need you. Never mind, I'm good. Sometimes I think Lands games have a lot of hidden things. They do! You're saying it's not too late to find a hidden interaction with Pyro Burst, heavy coping breathing. I mean, Pyro Burst has some useful things about it. I think Pyro Burst is something that can be built around. A sexy science stream today. I do love science. Science is great rapid fire. I'm gonna let ads spawn, I think. So I can have ricochets. Now the thing with Woden is, remember, this boss has cryo resistance. So debuffing is extra funny. Oops. Come on, Megavore. Well, that's that. Why crit when you could just rely on Megavore RNG? Doctors hate him for this one simple trick. Pretty sure I saw someone use Lolo Pyroverse for Vampire at one point, so that's something. I feel like that would require a lack of bonus elements, because that's still likely to kill you if you throw more than one. But like, that's the kind of thing I think would be cool. Pyroburst is one of the better grenades for Zane to throw if you're trying to get Zane himself to do grenade damage. Because Duct Tape mod makes you immune, and 2 points in Pocket Full of Nades gives you infinite grenades anyway. Like, you can't throw them fast enough. There's also the fact that it does friendly fire damage. Could be useful. Like if you need your pet's shield to break or something on flak. Or Pyro Burst. Chupa's Organ make it useful. I was actually using Chupa's Organ on Zane a little while back. Because it's a grenade that's completely safe, you can't kill yourself with it. And against enemies with HP, it's, with like a flesh bar, it's healing. So you can have Clone throw Chupas to heal himself. And he won't die. As we saw with the Moze, True Guardian takedown speedrun, Moze doesn't need much for formula to blow herself up. Yeah, with bonus elements are a big part of that. Moze and Amara both have this problem. They have bonus elements that are very difficult to play around. Like if you have them for normal gameplay, you can't quite shut them off. For example, Zane can account for Cold Bore and can just like not. Also, he doesn't really damage himself in most ways. Flak doesn't have innate bonus elements to manage in that way. But Amara has Infusion, Forceful Expression, and Moze has Big Surplus, Fire in the Skag Den, which are very hard to not have. Like, if you have points in them, you can't really turn them off in most circumstances. And they tend to be bigger hits than the actual guns themselves. So if your fire bonus element that does billions of damage collectively across your entire shot is hitting you, the player who has tens of thousands of HP, that's it. And even if you take out, say, gun damage from the spec, okay, your fire bonus element that does hundreds of millions of damage, still going into a combined health and shields total of in the 6 figures rather than the 8 or 9 figures. So it's still gonna kill you. The point is, even with a low level launcher or weapon or grenade or whatever, Moze and Amara are very likely to just kill themselves. More so Moze. Okay, so yeah, the corrosive one has a better kill against Wotan, predictably, because better element matchup and also bounty hunter stuff. Something I was considering trying out was where is it? Do I have it? Yeah, this one. Stackbot. I don't know if Wedding Invitation resets Stackbot off the top of my head. And I don't have a decent Stackbot stacking weapon on me. Also, since Flak doesn't have swap speed, switching weapons like that would be awkward. So I don't know how I feel about that completely, but... Oh yeah, let me take this to Hemo. I can show you guys that. I do want to try out, I'll use the respec station there. I'm going to spec out of Persistence Hunter. It's a little less gun damage, but a lot less action skill duration. And this will be a good thing to keep in mind. Sometimes I mention how if they were to revert Gorillas in the Mist, like all changes they ever made to that augment, it wouldn't necessarily be completely a buff, because sure, the damage bonus given by it was nerfed. But so is the duration. And at the time, the duration nerf was a nerf. But this was the time before ASC 50s existed. This is before Action Skill Start existed. The annoyance we used on these slots, it was like, in this one, everyone ran Action Skill Start Grenade Regen. And then in this one, people ran, like, cooldown or movement speed. Or Amara and Moze had some good character-specific ones. Zane had Sentinel movement speed. Flak was just like, you use generic ones, and none of them give you damage. But that eventually changed. So now with ASC 50s, you want to loop your action skill more often. On Gorillas, you can opt out of that stuff completely and run, like, on grenade throw. But with the mechanics of the Wedding Invitation, bonus elements really help out a lot, because it is an element-locked gun to 2 elements, neither of which Flak has any particular synergy with. Mr. David Bowling. And because of the we got more. Because of the Wedding Invitation's effect, we really want more cryo damage wherever possible. And because of Bounty Hunter, we often want more corrosive damage whenever possible. Okay. That's some points to mess around with. Yeah, to take Fuzzy Math, you'd have to still give up Deep Green Tree. That's like... that starts getting questionable. Monkey Dew also doesn't help here because your shot won't be cryo anymore. Or your shot won't be fire anymore, excuse me. So it won't benefit from that. Yeah, Monkey Dew is a... So what, you hit 2 stacks? Monkey Dew is 87%. Yeah, at full stacks of Wedding Invitation, Monkey Dew is like murdering your damage against that target. Excellent example. Hey Mo, how you doing? Okay, so I don't think there's a universe in which I don't go blue tree here. But like avoiding the gun damage. Take some extra crit over there. But more realistically, I'm just gonna do that. Do it anyway? No. Also, yeah, that's before even factoring in that I have extra projectiles going. Monkey Dew gives you an 87% amp to 1 of your projectiles worth of damage. And forces the entire shot to be non-elemental. So we lose our elemental bonuses, we lose the benefit of Wedding Invitation's debuff, and it only boosts 1 of our up to 3 potential worth of damage. So it'd just be really bad. Oh yeah, that's a short Gorillas. That's nice. Purple Tree is good at being purple. That's debatable. My own Hunter Seeker got me. It's tragic. Alright, Vermes phase. Yeah, this is where the loss of duration hurts me a little bit. I think the cryo one wins here. Yeah. A better performance out of the cryo one than the, like, one run I did yesterday. Oh yeah, there's the shot I was looking for. cryoed myself. Very straightforward playstyle. Yeah, that's the damage they lined up favorably. Hey, Shiner, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Yeah, so need some good RNG for this to be better on Hemo. Keep in mind, Hemo's one of those enemies where hitting the crit spot is not quite feasible. So our damage hitting its highest rolls is going to require Megavore. And I think the Cryo one works out a little more favorably here. I'll have to give it some thought. What other color would you call it? Purple tree? Magenta, dark pink, incorrect blue. Let me try the Cryo one. Ah, I have shock here. That's hurting me a lot. Hang on, let's change that back. Forgot to change that. Okay, that should be a sad green. Wedding Invitation takes down Hemo. It's 2023. Wild, right? This gun was like the most talked about gun in February of 2020. It's March of 2023. Honestly, with Gorillas being this short, I could loop it once before I go into the arena. Ooh, my own grenade. This gun came out with the polyamorous, and that was daylight robbery. Still want my networker. No, they said we'll get the networker soon. Soon, Priz. It's only been 2 years since they've said that. We just gotta keep waiting. Yeah, when it ricochets between them, it's real good output. Also, that's crazy good RNG. with those Megavores. Yeah, my own dot got me. Oop. It's the risk you run with the Wish. That was some good damage. Networker even be any good? No, it never was, because it was never balanced for actual use. At the time, yeah, when Maliwan Takedown first came out and the weapon was first introduced to the game files, that was, the values were fine, because this was level 50. But as soon as we got past that point, nope. So there was a solid 3 months of the game where Networker would have been good. The actual attention to be added to the game. It was very briefly legitimately obtainable through the Diamond Armory. And in the note of the hotfix or the patch where they made that no longer the case, they said they'd be giving it back, and they never did. It's over 90 times as long as Gold Rush is good. So funny story about that Viper. Butter was shooting a Gold Rush on Driver, and it was apparently good. So I gotta look into that as well. Take this to... Oh yeah, I want to try the cryo one. Hang on, let me do that. Said that? They did. In the hotfix notes. Trying to think of other things they said or hinted at that never came to be. On Twitter, it was hinted that they would correct Mayhem 11 not being different from Mayhem 10, and that never happened. I like that you can ricochet off of the pod, even while it's immune. I'm gonna try to not use my action skill here, because I would like to have it. You are a corrosive. Well, don't have it. Skill issue. Yeah, look at that next to max cryo going in. Other class wants to try out here. I thought about trying Deadeye. Because it is, more Two-Fang. Giving up Bounty Hunter is, kind of a big ask, you know? I think maybe after this fight we, try out Deadeye and Maliwan. See how that feels. Yeah, next to max cryo definitely feels stronger here. Which is interesting, because that's not how flak works. Go. About to try. I'm 11 to level 28. How do you think it's gonna go? It'll be fine. Like, what are you using? Like, what's your method of damage dealing? Because you have access to, like, enough stuff that it's fine. In all honesty, you could just, if you're Zane, digiclone and zero problems. Give clone a crit. Chillin'. Hail and Zane Blue, or that, yeah. Okay, yeah, let's try out Deadeye. I'll keep the passives the same for comparison's sake. And we'll go 5 Two-Fang. Switch back to Shock here. The shields give me a little less trouble. Yeah, back over to Maliwan. I should also save quit to reset the Two-Fang chain, but meh. Other things that would do well at level 28 and M11 Leo, obviously Ties the Bind, Indiscriminate, Remnant, Phase Flare, bunch of Amara shit. If you can get a decent stat stick, Mantis would probably be quite good. Unforgiven or GA on Mantis. kind of Nova Shield stuff on any character. Ow. Don't you matrix dodge me. That's so toxic. That would have hit you. Borderlands players when an enemy doesn't stand still and take it. That enemy froze from the ricochet. Amusing. What's Wedding Invitation's other hidden deal? It provides a stacking debuff that makes enemies take more damage from fire and cryo. So by getting as many projectiles as possible and getting as much spam as possible while focusing our damage bonuses to fire and cryo, we're able to get it to perform very well. I'd pretty comfortably say that this is, like, now in contention up with the Headsplosion and Skullmasher for, like, if someone really wanted to use a Jacob Sniper on Flak, I'd recommend this, whereas before, I had it a few spots below that. But now I'm like, yeah. Oops. Interesting and odd. Yeah, it's one of those things that, it makes sense as soon as you know about it, because that perfectly explains why, on top of what we expected with the loss of power from the bonus projectile behavior change in late 2020, why it got so much weaker, because it wasn't debuffing as fast anymore. Before, you were getting your full debuff in 1 or 2 shots. But a lot of items end up having multiple effects. So we find one and we think we've seen it all, but that's not accounting for everything else they might be able to do. The aim punch is definitely doing a number on me here. As predicted, Bounty Hunter's definitely stronger on bosses, but this could be fun. I suppose running a Deadeye would free up skill points in the red tree, so like you could still maintain 5 Two-Fang without or I suppose yeah, you could still maintain Two-Fang without having to put points there, so that might free up enough to get Fuzzy Mouth without Monkey Do. Maybe. I don't know. But 10 Two-Fang? 10 Two-Fang is nice. A more optimal roll on Deadeye wouldn't have the sniper damage. Put gun damage there. Try Icebreaker next. Oh, maybe that's what I should do with it on Moe's. I was running Company Man over there, but I think Icebreaker makes more sense. One thing I miss about Bonus Ellie is actually using the carrier. There's a couple guns that just, they never quite came back after that. Carrier, proprietary license was a favorite of mine. Such a cool gun. Enemies are just reliably freezing from, like, one random ricochet. It's so satisfying. Wonder how this does on Zane with Armand Flint. Like, Armand Flint, Brain Freeze, bunch of cryo bonus elements. The Mantis augment that increases your cryo efficiency. Icebreaker with cryo efficiency passive. Fuck it. I'll say carrier control will be here soon. Oh, you called it, Civil. Take control. Mr. President. Iceberg so good, they put it in Wonderlands like copy paste. It do be like that. I caught my action skill too soon. Yeah, that mattered. Whoopsie. You guys remember when the meta gun strat for Wotan was to get a times the higher projectile, I don't remember the count on it, times 6, that's what it is, corrosive dictator in bipod mode, and then launch yourself out of this with the airborne anoint? That was one of the fastest ways of killing Wotan for a while. Still works well. Oh, just, use Monarch. Also, wall sliding corrosive Liuda for the better half was a good thing. Yeah, Viper. Gotta have to work lunch thing. Glad to see you having fun doing science. Take it easy, Dex. Have a good work event. I seen conference call eat Wotan was also great. Yeah, good times. Alright, let's try Mos. Yeah, conference call and XZ41 were awesome. I loved the XC41 so much. One of my first YouTube uploads of FLAC content was just a boss melt with that. It was like a 20-something second kill back in old M4 with that. Some pre 2.0 content I did was no action skill Zane with dictators. I did boss melts on FLAC with the XC41 and the Insider. Conference call was great pre 2.0. It was even great at launch. People downplayed it because it wasn't the BL2 conference call. Like, it got the same exact treatment as the Herald until the Herald had its damage doubled, and the conference call stayed the same in the wake of enemy HP going up from 1,000% to 12,500%, then back down to 10,000. Two very different treatments. So the BL3 Herald ended up being better than its predecessor, and the BL3 conference call ended up being mediocre. Okay, so I have an Atom Bomb on right now. I was using Flare. Bloodletter makes sense here for maximizing amp shots. Can Wedding Invitation get... Exiford was my first legendary. The first one I started using at endgame was a Nemesis, but the first legendary I can remember getting was a... I got a Fire Rowan's Call right before Grave Ward. Okay, you can get these. That was my question. There was a period of time where you couldn't get any anoints that were not in the game at launch on the Wedding Invitation. I remembered them fixing that, but I wasn't sure, so I just wanted to verify. So one of the ideas this thing on Moze is you could just run around shooting a Wedding Invitation, debuffing enemies, and then if your pets are using fire or cryo, that comes in. So like Cub with cryo miniguns while you run around shooting a minigun anointed Wedding Invitation. Sounds like a good time. Like you throw its piss while shooting that. Could be cool. Alternatively, for a maximized Sentinel damage setup, like specifically Sentinel, I guess you could have Clone shoot a Wedding Invitation while you hold a GA and throw its piss through Duct Tape mod. But that's a silly combination of things. Don't remember my first legendaries between Star Helix, Devil's Horseman, and Nighthawken. Makes sense. First was a long musket. Nice. Star Helix, first not Hand of Glory. Got it in the Rogue's Mission, very happy with it. Boring Gun's a perfect analogy for Elon Musk's current business models. It isn't fun, it's terrible, and you could fix it with scrapping the entire idea. Without scrapping the entire idea, starting over. I mean, I want to like the Boring Gun. That's the key thing. I don't want to like that guy. I feel like it diverges a little bit. Alright, we're naming this character Wedding, parentheses, sorry, Amara. We gotta have a nice look. It's the most important part of the build. I don't think I've ever used this head. Ah, the Guardian head looks so good. Look at this. I need to stop myself from using that on all my builds. Well, that's bright. Why are the glasses on this so bright with this skin? I can't even look at that. I have to look at my other monitor because it's too much. That's so bright. Unmatched power of the sun. Okay. Max Cloud of Lead. It'd be stupid not to. Redistribution makes sense because I'll be critting. Stoke the Embers also makes sense. There's probably something to be done here with Scrappy benefiting from the swap speed. But, like, I can't be bothered. Actually, like, if I landed a crit with a wedding invitation, I could just switch to a GA and throw grenades. What is this, 2020? Also, hi. Hey, CZ. Did you know about this? Lone told us about this yesterday, and we've been creaming our pants. The wedding invitations debuffing. Anywho, gotta head out for games tonight. We're playing Betrayal at Baldur's Gate. Haven't played it before. I'm excited. Later, I'll RSVP soon. Ooh, yes, yes, yes. Reminds me. I do stuff. Yes, yes, yes. Let me know how that goes. I love Baldur's Gate as a setting. That for now. Like, some for the road could be interesting here, because then we could just actually spam. But there's no Megavore, so we're gonna need to hit crits at some point for this to be desirable. I suppose that means that this setup would be suited to keeping a second weapon that could benefit from as much of the formula as possible without having crit dependency. My brain's just telling me Boogeyman again. It's always Boogeyman. I don't want to go all out on MOD here. This is going to be a Suicide Cub setup. Wasn't it super short? 5 seconds. Get your epic code back. No, I never tried. I don't think you can. Like, once you lose it, I don't think you can get it back. I think Cheese still has one. Moo. You use cheeses. So now I need to actually figure out which class mod I want to use here. Loot Lemon. Most class mod list. The things that come to mind are Flare, Heat Exchanger, Rocketeer, obviously. What are Raging Bear skills again? Amusing. Flame. Bloodletter. Don't do this, you're just gonna know yourself. Close your eyes, pick a random. No, stop it. Also, what happened? Oh, you just if you reset your password, you have to like relink stuff, and I forgot to relink my Epic account to my Twitch, and they give you a week to do that. And if you don't do it in that window, then the code just deactivates. So yeah, that happened. I reset my password because I forgot it, and like that was the one thing I forgot to relink. I guess Bloodletter makes the most sense here. Because I'm going to be using a Wish. So do I want Cub uptime or Cub downtime? The fire rate from Fired Up would go hard here. I'm going to want superior firepower, so I should make my way down to that. Okay, uptime or downtime? I guess downtime for a big surplus. only Explosive Fury worked. I know there's a mod that fixes it now, but obviously that's entering modified game territory. Because, like, that fit perfectly. Just 3 points here, boom. Chilling. Okay. Need to get to short fuse now. Drowning in Brass makes the most sense for the next thing to grab. I'm gonna be critting, so EM would be there, but, like, it's more fire damage. Like, Moe's. Do I care about that? Never fix Explosive Fury? Of course not. Of course not. I'll go Scrappy here. Scrappy with a side of armored infantry. I suppose getting down to Molten Roar would be good. I don't think Cub will have trouble blowing itself up without Specialist Pair. So 3 points left. I'm not going to be cycling particularly quickly, so some for the road's not lovely. I'm tempted to take, Iron Bank. Especially if I'm going to have that backup Boogeyman. Splash sniper rifles. It's what, proton rifles, Storm, Firestorm, Operator, Boogeyman, Sandhawk. Is that it for splash snipers? Headsplosion. But I'm trying to avoid needing to crit. So I already have to crit with Wedding Invitation. And critting on Moe's is, yeah, it's a whole mess of things. Back to Loot Limit. Weapons. Weapon type. Sniper. ASMD, kind of. Root doesn't exist. It can't hurt us. I haven't used a Septimator Prime in so long. Is this thing even good? That Underbarrel's got a decent card damage. Actually, no, that's not decent. That's Wonderland's decent. We have a lot of levels on that game. Okay, yeah, let me not get distracted by that right now. One Scrappy, 2 Iron Bank makes the most sense to me right now. Well, because I have Harmonious Havoc. No, I don't have the gun damage from Red Tree. So, yeah. Forge would still be wasteful. It would stop me from maxing RPMs. Okay. We turn off Topped Off. This is one of those builds. Do I have a compatible Bloodletter? No, I need to give myself that. We have Jackbox 6 yet. Do I have Jackbox 6? Let me look. No. I have 1, 2, 4, and 5 are the ones I own. Aren't they up to like 8? Heard 8 was ass. I don't know. I've not played that, I don't think. Passives on this. Let's go with sniper damage. Splash damage. And boosting crit doesn't make much sense because Skagden won't go up from that. And I want something a little more neutral. I guess just gun damage. What's my gun damage total right now? 30 from Scrappy. From Havoc. Guess I could put a Fire Boogeyman. No, I wouldn't do that. Stupid. 360. Yeah, gun damage seems like the play. Bioshock. Wedding Invitation Moes? Yeah, that's what we're working towards. Literally made a skill that requires you to be low ammo in order for it to be good, and a skill tree that makes you have almost infinite ammo. Yes. Deep green and deep red tree on Moes have some systemic flaws, which make it amusing that those were the trees that people lost their collective shit over while claiming to be the best build crafters in the first few years of BL3. Like, oh, best Moes build. We max out green and red tree and ignore blue because it's not good. What? Red is easily Moes' worst tree. If you had to pick a worst tree for Moes. I think the process of making that selection is stupid, but it's red tree. Do I go thin red line on Bloodletter? Yeah, I do. To get you rad. Three thin red line, 1 phalanx. Do I go desperate measures? Sure. Yeah, weapon damage. Okay, let's plug that in over here. Want an icebreaker, Bit Crush. It's definitely not one of those people who used orange and green still for a very long time. Don't get me wrong, Leo. I'm not saying it's incorrect to use those. There's absolutely builds and use cases where they have a lot of value, and those trees each have some of my favorite skills. Like, I really like the skill itself, Tenacious Defense. It's genuinely a cool skill. It's just very low value because of the stuff you have to do to get to it. Phalanx Doctrine is honestly best obtained from your Bloodletter. They've changed the way Desperate Measures and Force Feedback work over the course of the game. Desperate Measures actually used to be a desirable Iron Bear skill. It's not anymore. Force Feedback got better, but it's still not good because it's in the same game as Shield Reboot. Behind the Iron Curtain is the value of a tier 2 skill in Flax Purple Tree. I don't think I need to go further than that. Full Cannon Whoop-Ass is a decent skill, but it's very situational in terms of what builds you'd want to use it on. Experimental Munitions is of the category of it's a good skill, but it's on Moze who would get the least value out of it. So, like, beyond the second tier of Red Tree, you start making questionable choices. Hey, Rune, thank you for the 31 months. Where's my wedding invite? I'll get back to you on that. And then Green Tree, Cloud of Lead is one of my favorite skills ever. Scorching RPMs, like, these skills, with the exception of Match Set and Iron Bank, everything up to this tier is great. Some for the Road is great, but situational. Click Click is very weapon type dependent, but ultimately anti-synergistic with a few other things in the tree. And then Forge is just low value. There are builds that want it, you know, Lucky 7, but it's low value. Reason I kept using it because my personal experience with Short Fuse is just not good, even though I knew it was good. Yeah, that's, generally that's caused by choosing weapons that don't feed into Short Fuse well, or by not having enough splash boost for Short Fuse to catapult itself off of, which is something that a lot of people fell into, because another thing they were being told over on the YouTube side was, yeah, just use Vladoff guns that shoot a lot of bullets, because it's the best. I'm like, no. I take no issue with people having fun with the concept, but early Moze theory crafting was fucked because people believed a lot of shit that was the opposite of how the character works. I'd say this happened to an extent that didn't happen on other characters, because it was hard to play Amara incorrectly. Flak was super powerful early on, to the point where, again, it was kind of hard to play Flak incorrect as long as you took Megavore. And Zane was hard enough to get right that people paid a little more attention to detail. Okay, Icebreaker, Vic Rush. Quag aiming? Yeah, butter. Okay, we got Shatter Rig. Do I want Vic Rush? Is there anything else that would go there that's noteworthy? Not really, huh? I'm scrolling. Auto Idol. Yeah, it's just Vic Rush. Okay. We'll go sniper damage, area damage. Do I go an elemental roll here, or do I go mag size? I feel like mag size is safest. So this is gonna... I'm gonna blow myself up a lot because I do still have TCP and max radius. This might end up being a setup where I take primary roll AoE. Or I don't have radius on the class mod. This might end up being a setup where I take ravaging over area damage, specifically to have less radius. Is Fire Red Moze a bad thing early on? Because I know now it's because Skagden goes Berg. It's, again, even with that rune, that's not necessarily fire being bad on Moze. It's other elements being more important in terms of overall output. Early BL3 fire was like the most sought after element because the tankiest enemies in the game were like anointed with flesh bars. And like any bosses we fought had flesh. As soon as Maliwan Takedown came out, that's where the shift towards corrosive and shock started. And that applies to every character. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay. A lot of V2 on the setup currently. Maybe too much. It's 28, 53, 97. Well, that's fine actually. Because gun damage wise, we have more than that. Got all the splash. Yeah, that's fine. I have shield break amp here right now, but like, there's not really anything better. Okay, so with the Boogeyman, we have 2 Havoc stacks. With the Wedding Invitation, we have 3. It's a justifiable split. Let's see how this works. Let's go to Maliwan. This will fall apart as soon as I'm unable to crit enemies, and I will likely blow myself up with ricochets, but like... see what happens. Despite Marvel fans being themselves and want more Elizabeth Olsen for reasons, yeah, you're down bad. More Elizabeth Olsen for 2 reasons. Acting talent, right? Did I get that correct? She is very good. I could fix her. Pause, champ. Alright, I got it. We'll boogeyman for... No, the Hex got us. We're good. We're chilling. Oh, there's the ricochet. Yeah, maybe we go Ravaging for less radius here. But it's performing well. Oh no, a flamethrower heavy. What do? I just keep shooting the fire, right? That's the recommended solution. Says Kekel, but is it Kekgasm? Outcast doesn't show Purple Tree has always been the case. It has not always been the case. That's something they broke in 2021. Some old guy. EchoCast does not recognize the existence of anything from DLC 5 or 6. That's the Purple Tree, that's gear from those DLCs, it just doesn't understand. What is my gun doing? That was odd. Oh, that was satisfying. Holy. Yeah, that's what we have the boogeyman for. Maybe Icebreaker would get more mileage with, Terror Cryo. But URAD's so good here. I've using Fire Gun on Moe's. Look how these content creators lead us the wrong way. Doesn't need vision because I'll be all she sees. You remember the the memes when WandaVision came out? Vision. That was the funniest shit to me, and I'm clearly a fucking child. I can't even think about those memes without laughing. They were so good. More a fan of the Wedding Invitation with that anoint. Yeah, that's that must be the grenade launcher anointed one I have. Big boom. Yeah, I think Atom Bomb makes more sense here, but we'll see. Try this in GTD as well. Ow. Or maybe Last Stand. Last Stand D. I could try doing elemental projector nonsense with this as well. Like, I have Scrappy for swap speed. Do we think I could survive fire dotting myself? Because, like, with Russian offensive, I should be fine, right? Trying to be cool. But I guess I won't do that. Ow. This is cool. For the summon mid-air, you deal less self-damage. Yeah, because the puddle doesn't hit you. I could try it. It would be another Harmonious Havoc stack for the Wedding Invitation as well. Fuck it, we're trying it. We're gonna go Elemental Projector. I can also get rid of mag size here. This is gonna be silly. This is gonna be real silly. Alright, what can I take instead of mag size? Some fire resist, maybe? I had to go look for the Moxie clip of his gun turning on him. Do you have it? Can I boast? Yeah, yeah. Self-damage already, this is a Quag build.
To skip a phase. Or, I guess, like, 2 phases. One happened in the hive. Wait, what? What is going on? What? What is this? Excuse me?
Welcome to the kill zone.
It was just slowly rotating. Like, I've had enough of your shit. Amazing. That's great. Good shit. I could go health regen and help very little. What's our capacity at right now? Yeah, run around 194k. I don't think a health regen of like 1,000 would do much. Yeah, I guess I'll stop being stupid. The answer is definitely more damage. We got Ravaging. Are there excluders on Ravaging? Probably. Boost up our rad damage here. We might have to test. I think both the initial projectile and ricochet independently apply the debuff. Yes, they do. So we got Ravaging in the primary slot, rad damage in the secondary. I guess I just go... Do I go more cryo damage here? You know, we'll just go movement speed. That's fun. Everybody likes movement speed. Now I need a summit. Seems tough to test though, because Ricochet is hard to control. Yeah, they do the debuff file and refer to them both. Neat. This stuff is so cool to me. So I lost the sniper damage passive from here. And I lost some radius, lost some mag size, gained some rat damage. But I have a projector now. So the idea here is we do that. Doesn't last particularly long. Oh yeah, we have URAD, so that can give us the rad dot as well. Huh. That's fun. So I guess the rad damage there is a little wasted. Let me look at Loot Lemon. I can see this in a better location. More readable. Okay. I got my elements. Reload speed, accuracy are useless to me. Cooldown is detrimental. Mag size is useless to me. Status, chance, Fight for your life, move speed's funny. Ellie resist if I find myself really in trouble. But I guess this is just what I gotta work with. Fire damage? Yeah, I have superior firepower. That's why I didn't go cryo damage. Like, I'm gonna be sitting on 100% cryo from here. I have 30% fire from here. I have GR LE damage. Almost maxed. Boosting rad still makes the most sense here. Usually run at least one incendiary resist on my wish builds. I'm cool to do that. Find that artifact I just made. This one, this one. Too many of these. This one. Okay. Can you get the all Ellie resist one and a single Ellie on one artifact? Is there an excluder for that? You happen to know offhand? Because I'll probably just run fucking both. Lustrous is primary only. Ah, sad. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we'll just go secondary fire resist. Instead of that rad damage, I'll keep the move speed. Or I don't want movement speed, because movement speed means I have a shorter distance or shorter time where I can rush and offensive mobs. So put the rad damage back on. Build crafting. Second guessing a decision you made 3 seconds ago. That is seriously the most representative thing of build crafting I can possibly think of. I now want to put on another boogeyman. I can put on a back burner. Yeah, I like that, because that leaves me the ability to, kill Cub. And for this slot, I want a beacon. Primary fire, secondary shock. For Havoc stack shenanigans. Checking the parts, making sure I have the correct ones. Cool. The anti-hell shock. Beacon's such a good Mo's gun. Beacon in general is a gun that's extremely underrated, because it's in DLC 3, so there's a bunch of other pistols people think about, but know that Beacon is better than all of those not named the Herald. But it having full element flexibility while also being a splash gun, it even has a reload effect. Novas that deal gun damage, means that you can do things like have it benefit from the fire aspect of Harmonious Havoc while being a shock gun. So that's why I have it in this slot. Gives me an option to deal with shields if I really feel like I need that. So when I'm using fire, I have 3 stacks. When I'm using shock, I have 3 stacks. When I'm using cryo, I have 2 stacks. So that's at the very least 20% gun damage, aka 1/5 of an Amara. Lowballing Amara a little bit there, but it's still funny. Let's run that back. The original Free Radical. I mean, Hellshock was the original, but Beacon's the first one that added Splash to the mix. Oh, Beacon's also a great gun for freezing things. Great cryo efficiency. Forgot about that, too. equipped the summit and the projector. There's so much hidden stuff going on. Like, superior firepower doing a thing it doesn't say it does. Wish being fire that isn't always fire. Burning Summit having one of the most convoluted acquisition methods that I can think of in Borderlands. Fucking love this game. Wedding Invitation debuff. Boogeyman being a sniper that makes homing skulls that are grenades. I forgot about the projector. Hang on. The sauce. The self-damage. It's still really cool though. Hey, J-Bridge. Oh, you said crouching Iron Bear. I thought crouching. That's a different thing. Pretty sure crouching is different from crouching. Honest mistake. Like, if you saw someone who fell off their bike on the side of the road, you want to crouch down next to them. You definitely don't want to crouch down next to them. Different signals. Okay, why do we have to the last? I just thought of that. That doesn't really do anything for me anymore, does it? Neither does anything else, though? One G for life. Lose your damage and fight for life. Can you actually dot yourself while you're down? Does that work? I was under the impression you couldn't, but I could be wrong. Fuck you. Thank you for testing on your next fight for life. Okay, we'll do. Not seeing the effect. Like, that is not necessarily a reliable indicator. happened there. I gave myself too much formula from Cook a Combo, so the summit was able to kill me. Oh, that was a good shot. This is very satisfying. I don't know if this looks particularly fun because I'm spending a lot of time just sprinting in circles and molotoving myself in the big toe, but like, this is really fun. This gun. It's cool to know how to get value out of it. This is what keeps me motivated to like do stuff in this game. Squeezing value out of things that are not straightforward. It's so rewarding. Some people get their sense of reward from, you know, getting an item drop. For me, it's figuring out shit like this, how to build around certain things. Genuinely addictive. The puddle does too much damage. Yeah, I can't let myself put the puddle at all. That's the problem. It's also pretty amusing to me that this Bloodletter Boogeyman outdoes the Flare Boogeyman setup by like a pretty good margin. Accidentally. But I still love the Flare one. Stop being invisible. I'm trying to invite you to my wedding. Yeah, we'll try this in Guardian Takedown next. Because I wonder how the wedding invitation is going to do against diadems. URAD will probably make it okay. Jake doing Jake things, as Jake does. No. That ricocheted the boss. There we go. That's what I wanted. It's just that simple. Forgot to jump when I threw that one. I guess a big part of why this ends up outdoing the flare setup is this is Wish Boogeyman, which is scary, rather than Super Soldier. Because Bloodletter allows the wish to be sustained. Wishman. Hey Beef, how you doing? Beef, we got a fun mode setup going. Circular Love, the Bird of Prey, and the Wedding Invite. Bird of Prey is one that I've not personally spent too much time with. Wedding Invitation is super cool though. Cat, don't chew that, okay? You can be cute on my lap, just don't chew that. No dots to fight for life. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you for confirming. So yeah, to the last currently does nothing in this setup. I suppose leaving the point in is fine because genuinely nothing else in the tree is gonna help. Like Grizzled would hurt us. Deadlines, nothing. More pull the holy pin. I guess it means the boogeyman skulls can crit more, but it also means the summit can crit and kill me more. I don't really want that to happen super often. I don't need more grenade capacity. EP is bad and would hurt us. It'd just be another point in Vampire, so like minimally impactful at best. I don't think there's a single Jacob Sniper that I don't like. Thinking. There's some that I definitely wish were better. Like, I really like the concept of the Cocky Bastard. It's just, wish it was better. Yeah, Jacob Snipers are cool. Jacobs as a manufacturer is still aggressively mid, but... yeah. I get down with the snipers. It's weird doing GTD and not having a timer going. I'm not used to that. Oh yeah. Critting necrobugs. Good joke. That's on non-crits. That's the damage on non-crits. Getting closer to sub 16. We ended up getting like a 16-12, I think was the best run of yesterday. It's very hard to crit these. And 4 crits to the face. I thought it was the tail. That makes more sense. Which one is the tail? One of them is the tail. Is that the Vondas? Korax. Okay. Shows you how often I use gun builds. Come on, Russian offensive. Fill me up. It's the face on the mantas, which makes sense because the manta cores have the manta's face. Yeah, that's good. That wasn't even a crit, just one tap that one. Where is your crit? Leave me alone. No, that's a manta. Unleave me alone. That right there is why lifesteal's crazy. Just a casual body shot from this sniper while sprinting fully filled my shield. I don't think I have the move speed for that, so I'll hop over here. I forgot to put skins on my guns. I forgot to change Moses' skin as well. hard to sprint consistently because they knock you off of the ground. You're no longer sprinting. Some items. What I'm here for. Of course, this is like the perfect speedrunning set. And I get that now. That'd be the wish. I guess to the last lets me trigger my OGT annoying while I'm down. That's like the biggest thing it's doing for me. I wanted to die to, damn it. There we go. Damn it. Huh. Not horrible. Four shots in the projector, that's funny. Random question, does wearing a last stand artifact front loader give you permanent immunity? Does your health actually need to drop? The first time you take damage, it will trigger. And then go on cooldown. Since your health is already under the threshold, it's like, oh, you already meet the condition, let me turn that on for you. This works with any method of having your health be reserved. Be that low, whether it's front loader, whether it's deathless, thin red line, all of it. POV, you're a Borderlands player calling crystals boring. Meanwhile, you're having to manage these enemies. Make it make sense. the other Pokemon does? Item screw works every time they don't get body and mind for some reason. It's because they don't work in a way that allows them to be. You need to use things that can crit to kill diadems. Body and mind can't crit. That simple. We failed. I was honestly expecting that to happen faster. The correct answer there, by the way, is use the beacon. Or free radical. Or a rocket launcher. Like, I could just plague bear up in the sky there. Do I have one of those? No. Let's see how much the back burner actually does in this. I'm curious. About what I expected. One gun. I don't use it often. Kick Charger's usually the go-to to handle the items for a lot of builds. Gun setups sometimes also just run, a free radical, because you can use that for everything else very effectively, and it just eats them just as quick. But for Rackstab, for example, and for my Pestilence setup, I do run Kick Charger. Or set them off by standing near them and moving away. That works too. It's nice to have an option to detonate them from range, but yeah, you can just trigger the explosion and move out of the way. Mainly melee focus, green, purple, Amara mainly. Yeah, you could still get away with either Free Radical or Kick Charger, in all honesty, but Kick Charger is likely less of a time commitment for you. And as long as you manage your overkill, it'll be fine. May as well benefit from double time. I do also have Efficiency Engine, I kind of forgot about that. Find a bit of free gun damage. With that. Extra projectiles from the wish? Yes. It's just fun. It's not efficient for dealing with Guardians, because I don't have a good multi-target shield-friendly option at the moment. I could gear differently for that. Throwing a hive out here would go a long way. Where is Cub? It's just kind of chilling. Low grav. The timing window on backburner use is very different in low grav areas. Not seeing any fish, you feeling okay? We're not speedrunning, so we're using other things. Not a lot of groundbreaker there, that surprised me. No throwing fish at weddings. Why is there not a rice grenade? They throw rice at weddings, right? That's the thing. Used to until I figured out I was killing birds. Huh, today I learned. I just enjoy the mobbing in this section. Who's in here? Hey Marilla. We made crystals not go down, and I spent I don't know how long killing guardians so they stopped spawning. It doesn't actually take very long on the first set. You can, like, spawn cap pretty easily. The second set, though, that's the one that I assume you're referring to. Yeah, that one could go on, to my knowledge, for like 10 minutes. If not longer. I want to try using the wedding invitation on Anathema. Sentence not spoken often, I imagine. Urban legend. We are learning. Watching this make me want to play again. It's so fun! See, we killed everything. Oops. Ooh, road's call. Sometimes spawns and crystals there. Does the game ever even run at that point? It does. It's a little unstable, but it works. Radical? I'm not using a radical. This is a beacon. If I was using a radical, things would be dying a lot faster. Beacon's good. It is more in the realm of how a sane person would balance a gun. Then a radical is same model. Yeah, it does look very similar. Like, yeah, I definitely understand the assumption. A bacon. You know, I've been doing too much speedrunning because I want to reflexively ADS to take less damage because I'm so used to having a Guardian Angel in my loadout somewhere. And that's not relevant here. Alright, we're gonna try to Wedding Invitation Anathema. The blades are the crit spot, right? No? What is your crit spot? Body block by Cub. To do an arms race in my playthrough, forgot how much fun it was. Arms race is great. Let me shoot randomly until I see a crit. Where is your crit? I thought it was the blades, but it's not. It's the blades? Where's my crits? Oh, there's one. Okay. It's not the tip. I need to touch the shaft and not the tip. I hit it. Now we boogeyman with the debuff. Haha. Shaft, toucher, quag. Yeah. That's what the TBJ stands for. Yeah, Wedding Invitation genuinely useful here, because debuffing for that Cryo Boogeyman to do work. Just, like, landing the hit is the questionable part. And I'm pretty sure they just downed me in my own summit puddle. Debuff you're talking about? So a recent discovery, new to most of us, is that Wedding Invitation inflicts a cryo and fire debuff on enemies that it crits or ricochets. It stacks up to 4 times. You ever go pew pew with unconventional weapons? Me likey? Me too. It totally explains, Murillo, why the Wedding Invitation felt so comparatively weak after the bonus projectile behavior change, because it was debuffing slower. On top of hitting less, it was just debuffing less. So, like, it totally makes sense. I'm impressed no one noticed for so long. It was apparently known by, like, some people. Like, Lone Masterino came in and told us, like... and we were all like, wait, it does what? So, he knew for a bit. But it was news to us here. Fine. I'll book me, man. Of course Lone knew it, yeah, like... Proximity down the race in this fight can help get you just by getting close on a build no health get you go down. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what that is. Neat. I think that's part of the things that earlier, failure from the ricochets also stacks, so you get double the value. Yeah, yeah, no, I know the ricochets too. Yeah, I knew that much. Crits and ricochets. Do it. And we're messing around with it on Moe's right now. But earlier we were doing flak stuff with it, and Wedding Invitation is a Gorillas in the Mist weapon, which breaks a lot of rules, subverts a lot of gearing norms. Gotta hit. Sniper that wants to be an AR. Yeah. It's still super clever to call it an invitation and give it the call weapon shtick. I don't know. I don't know if that was intentional, but if that was intentional wordplay, I love it. Rowan's invitation. Action skill start Rough Rider. Amazing. That shield. As Rough Rider. One of the very few times where someone's saying it was better in BL2. One of the very few times where that's not talking out of one's ass. One day Action Skill Start Rough Rider will have you use Trust. It already does. You can use that with a shield capacity roll on your artifact, and have it trigger Moses' Red Tree Capstone to give you back a percentage of your actual shield bar that you will have on your Rough Rider. Now, is there a reason to do that? No, but it's something that works and it's funny. Before rerolling Annoyance was a thing, I used to love sending Rough Riders to friends with Annoyance, like exiting Iron Bear, increased shield. Yeah, that actually works somewhat well on a Rough Rider if you do get that shield capacity passive on Calm artifact, because then you can start having capacity on it. It's funny. It's not like good, but if we're being honest, tanking with a shield in any context outside of Bloodletter or Beskar also isn't good in this game. Like, it doesn't hurt you as much as other memes do, you know? Deathless Rough Rider, it's great. Leo did a whole playthrough on Black with Rough Rider Deathless. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Staring at my shield bar. Okay, we're good. The dots wore off. That was scary. I don't know how I'm doing Crystals 2 on this, but we'll try it. I'll go back to Flak if I succeed or if I die. My most curiosity has been sated. Maybe we do one more Malawon with Mos, so I can actually show the Wedding Invitation going off. There's not a lot of opportunity to effectively use it in the Guardian takedown because of how hard it is to hit crit spots. Like, it's not even the element matchup thing. It's just the crit spot thing. Like, the easiest enemy to crit outside of Diadems in this whole instance is Scourge. And his crit spot's still not super obvious because of how Guardians look. I haven't done that strat in a long time. I remember doing a Krieg DLC playthrough, and when I got to the Guardians, changed my weapons expecting enemies with actual HP. You remember before GTD came out, people were practicing on Trial of Supremacy and, like, Kazandir Ruins. It was cute. Forgot to sprint. First day of GTD was so fun. I'd argue the first 4 days of GTD were very fun. We don't talk about day 5. Strimmer, how are you not blowing yourself up while using splash guns on Moes? Switch again. It's a one-step process. I'm listening. Cheating. Oops. I think Atom Bomb's a pretty comfortable winner for GTD over Projector, but having the Projector is entertaining for when I can get Wedding Invitation mileage. Atom Bomb, so much love about the setup. Yeah, I'm currently not using the Atom Bomb, but I would like to. Is that another Rough Rider? It's a sign. Like how increasing radius also increases explosion sounds makes Atom Bomb even more satisfying. Max radius, TCP, Atom Bomb is 20. This is not a max radius build. Intentionally one step down from that, so that Wedding Invitation's less likely to kill me, but not one of those shots hit. Yeah. Yeah. This is my stream. Probably the most some of you see me play gun builds in this game in a while, huh? Game likes to drop Rough Riders and Malix Banes. For a while, it was actually weighted to be more likely to drop base game sniper rifles. knew something was wrong today. Okay. Let's try and wedding invite Scourge. We missed the long sightlines that BO3 has, or absent in Wonderlands. Sightlines as a whole have kind of shrank since TPS. Like, TPS had the longest ones, and then BL3 shorter. Wonderlands shorter. Wonder what they'll do with BL4. Or Wonderlands 2, whichever. Wonderlands 2 though, I want that more. Ten out of 5 TCP Minesweeper, multiple Mercury, screen just yellow. Fire on armor moment. No, stop pulling me. Yeah, Amara and Flak would do much better here. Flak could just hit more consistently. Amara can get around the element thing a little bit better. I knew you were gonna do that. I thought the slide would stop you for some reason. It didn't. Fine. Fine. Use an appropriate gun. Yeah. There we go. It's good on the diadems though, because it ricochets off of them. And it hits you and kills you, but that's the best part. Diadem friends. You encountered this, the first enemies in Necrobug 2 don't show as red dots on the map. Enemies that don't have red dots are not aggroed to you. If they have white dots, they're aggroed to each other. If they don't have dots at all, they're aggroed to something or someone else. Ouch. Gotta remember to move for Scrappy as well. I can't just stand still for damage like a Giga Chad Flak. Kinda wanted a diadem spawn. They're so helpful. Gigaflad. Oh. So, this happens to me on Moe's and no other character. That specific jump pad, just sometimes you elevate her up into the fucking sky, and I don't know why. It's always Moe's. I've never had that happen on any other character. Everyone's learning a lot today. One of those days. Oh, something got me. Consider yourself invited, Scourge. Ah. 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 Boo. Don't pull me like that. What? What? That was evil. You know, daughter's sitting, eyes closed to the laptop watching. Oh, I hope I am providing entertainment with all the flashing lights. Speaking of cheesy one-liners, RE4 Remake demo's out. Yeah, I know it's a significant thing to a lot of people, like them being faithful to some of the cheese of the OG, and like it's intact. It's intact. RE4 Remake is gonna be so hype. I need to download the demo on my PC to make sure that it won't, like that the game won't melt this PC. If I can run it even on potato quality with OBS going, then I'll stream RE4 Remake. So what do I do here? Do I try to backburner it? Oh, no, that shot out violently. Back away as far as possible. Yeah, let's see if it flies out of the wall. Mob stuck? Yeah, in the wall. So the trailer, hope it's as good. It looks like such a good game. A free demo dropped for it yesterday. There's no time limit or anything. It's even got a hidden hard mode in there. Oh, okay, we're gonna do a Maliwan run anyway, so let's go do that, and then I'll go back to Flak. So wait a minute. I don't have the patience for that. I don't have patience for that. We already invited Scourge to the wedding. Now we just need to see if Scourge responds to the invitation. Okay, now here's where the wedding invitation shines. Because Maliwan enemies, you got lots of open crit spots. And we can do some work, right, Kevin? Yeah. Categories. Yeah, see? listen. You know where you are. Sir? Thank you. Help me, Leon. Leon! Help! Help me, Leon. Ouchies. Let me try to hit one of the guys on the side to some cool crack and stuff. I got him. Boogeyman. Still here 15 years later. RE4 turns 18 this year. Which is, feels old, man. Resident Evil 4 is 18 years old. Don't go there. Don't go where? I'm confused. I'm just feeling old. Oh, I stood in the puddle again. Chat, you gotta stop letting me do that. Big brain time. We'll keep ricocheting off of the fire heavy. Never mind. There we go. Where Leo DiCaprio would go. You ever think about how Leo DiCaprio could tell his date to hold his beer, and they could be like, legally, I can't. I need the one with the crit spot on the front. Yeah, that one. No, fuck you. Fuck all of you. But I think of your crit spots. Boogeyman. Still technically sniping. Yeah, one is back, one is chest. I thought it was one was head, one was chest, one was back. But it might be two chests and then one. I guess it's not chest isn't accurate, it's like stomach. Never played a Boogeyman. Fantastic gun thermal. Truly one of the goats. Uh-oh. A ricochet got me. Oopsie. This is why we went lower splash radius. This would happen a little less frequently. But only a little. Now, the reason Atom Bomb would go crazy here is more coverage means more dots spreading around, meaning more Russian offensive healing. But projector is funny. No one uses projector on most. Probably because causes them to die horribly. That was the wish that time. Good job, Wedding Invitation. Projector shield. Imagine if Wish could roll projected parts. That would actually be the funniest shit. have been smarter to break the glass with the boogeyman first before I started shooting with the wedding invitation. But the problem with that is I could have just accidentally one-shot it with the boogeyman. Or not one-shot, but accidentally killed it before I could recognize that I needed to stop shooting. Okay. Flak time. Flak time. Let me run to the bathroom real quick while we boot up Flak. Oh yeah, it's still named Garcia, because that's what the save used to be. Be right back. Okay, be back. Indiscriminate for everybody. In that vein, I do want to mess around. Like, the next item on my to toy around with list is the banjo. I want to get some banjo value on a gun build. It's tough. Yeah, Instinct says non-splash, because then I would be missing out less on splash passive. But, like, splash is still available on class mod, so those guns probably still do more damage anyway. Want something low on pellets so that the banjo itself is a high high damage value. That stop body blocking me. Pet. Stay there. Let me... I want to run that back anyway. Come back and hear banjo would happen. It's just the next thing I want to mess around with, in terms of, like, maximizing. Nothing happened. Yet. Girls the miss better than 3-shot with this gun. In bossing scenarios, yeah. Because it lets you just spam and you get the debuff up and running faster. In mobbing, like, Gorillas in the Mist is almost always worse than 3-shot in mobbing. But the bossing output is definitely notably better with this. Ouch. Sir? Maybe I need to give up on Blinking Eye for, Not My Circus, so that enemies move a little less erratically. Like, if they're taunted onto the pet, then they'll just vibe there. Banjo just chance based, it has cooldown. It has a cooldown. See, I fired 4 shots there. And that works out nicely because I'm spreading ricochet debuffs around. With 3-shot fade, I wouldn't need 4 shots damage-wise to kill, but less coverage. A ricochet that got me? Damn. Yeah. I do be doing that. Thanks, Groundbreaker. It's so satisfying. Part of me wishes Terra Extra Projectile had been, like, balanced and they had managed to correct its behavior to work properly rather than it being that buggy mess that it ended up being that they literally had to give up on. Because I would totally be running that here. Wonder if the banjo has any self-chaining ability with Mesmer or Dominance like the Reflex does. That's a good question. That's an excellent question. What do we think about Banjo Rebound or Banjo Recursion? You think there's anything there? Hey Vocal, how are you? A fish sticker. Banjo Kazooie. Yes, Banjo Kazooie. Ouch. How the rest of the runs go yesterday? Still gotta keep pushing. The best of yesterday was like 16, 12, something like that. Room for improvement. Alright, I had to revert to an older OBS version since the 29.0.2 one had an audio issue. Other than that, pretty chill today. I'm sorry to hear. Audio issues are the worst. How's the gaming? Gaming's good. Messing around a lot with a wedding invitation. With yesterday's revelations of its functionality. I'd say not the strongest to begin with. Yeah. I think the biggest thing with figuring out where Banjo's value lies here is figuring out which weapons are gonna be the best bet. Fire and armor? Yeah. Fire and cryo. Wotan resists cryo. Range. You will do it anyway. Was the sniper? This is the wedding invitation. It's the one in the stream title. The one from the Broken Hearts Day event. Yeehaw moo. Ha yee yeehaw. Ah, that's why it was worse against Woden. I was not using the next to max corrosive one. So I had no corrosive bonus elements. That actually matters. So we run it again. Reload speed? Doll reload speed. Nice. Done that DLC yet? It's not a DLC. It's just an event. It's just a thing you turn on in the menu. Would you believe me if I said Mario 64 is dog shit, not the icon people remember it as? I don't have a personal stake in that, but yeah, I'd be inclined to believe you. Nostalgia's powerful, especially to gamers. Like most Nintendo games. Again, you're not wrong. Lifelong Pokemon fan. My first video game ever was Pokemon Blue. I remember it vividly. Absolutely love the Pokemon games. Gen 1 of Pokemon, barely functional pile of garbage. But I love those games so much. You can accept that a game isn't exactly great while still loving it. Damage should be a lot better now. Trying to lead the shot, but I should just not. Said the land streamer. Yeah. I said what I said. Quag aim. Yes. Yes, it is. Oops. There we go. 1522 flag scale GTD. If it's the second series developer, it wasn't the scuffed, would have been PB. Super close. It's actually impressive how Pokemon is such a recycled game. Game Freak barely changed gameplay. Only thing that changed is graphics. Is that a shitpost? Because Pokemon is very much not the same. I feel like this is a shitpost. Run it back. Very true until the newest iteration. The newest iteration isn't even the one that changed it the most, Chazbot. That still doesn't make sense. The second newest iteration, Pokemon Legends Arceus, however you say that shit, completely changed how, like, catching works, and made it open world. Like, completely changed the core formula. And then the newest one is a middle ground between that and how it was before that. But like, very important formula changes there. And also since, actually with every generation, they've added some sort of major significant feature. Which is Gen 1 to Gen 2, they added in held items, which was a huge thing that became core later. Gen 2 to Gen 3, they added natures, which was a huge thing that became core later. Gen 3 to Gen 4, they did the physical special split, which completely changes how you handle moves, just in general. Gen 5, they changed how XP works. Gen 6, they changed weather and a bunch of other things. Gen 6 and 7 also had megas, which was a very controversial feature, but definitely changed the core formula of how Pokemon even work. They do one big thing with every iteration of games, on top of whatever little things they might have. Like, something they tried out once with Gen 5 that never came back was selectable difficulty levels. I think it was Black 2 and White 2 had a hard mode you could choose. No other Pokemon game has ever had that. I'd like to see stuff like that come back. And in terms of, like, changing up your core gameplay in any sort of game, it's kind of a fine line you have to walk, because you'll have IPs where people come in for a very specific thing. They'll be like, hey, I want this core gameplay loop. And then you're only allowed to work within that little box. Then you'll have others where, after long enough of providing just, hey, this is the core gameplay you want, people are like, hey, you're not changing enough. So I get that it's hard to stay between those borders. Like, for example, Assassin's Creed went and revamped their entire core formula. They took a year off, revamped, and you can see a clear divide between how the game's pre-Origins and post-Origins work. Call of Duty stagnated quite a bit with the last 3 titles. In a very boring way. Far Cry 6 was polarizing because, there we go. That's how that's supposed to go. It's very mechanically similar to Far Cry 5, which some people loved, some people hated. It's not broken, don't fix it. That applies to a point, yeah. Like, I don't want Pokemon to suddenly be like, yeah, instead of catching Pokemon, you have to, win them in a collectible card game within the game. Like, that's just an arbitrary off the top of my head thing, but, like, that'd be a very core formula thing that, maybe it works, but reinventing the wheel like that is a risk that you don't need to take, because you know what people are there for at the end of the day. So things like improving on the systems that already exist, I think that's good. Completely renovating the core concept of the game, I don't know that that's ever necessary.
Almost a Twitch sub, baby.
Ricochet. Coffee, thank you for the 8 months, I appreciate it. Time has been crazy. Thank you so much for the continued support. Try to sell basically the same game for 11th year every half year, quite mind-boggling to me. Also calling out FIFA fans here. There's definitely some IPs that do that. I personally don't feel like, at least lately, Pokemon hasn't felt that way to me. There was a time where I wasn't buying the yearly games for a while, like, I didn't buy X and Y on release. I never got the Let's Go games. Very briefly played one of them on a borrowed console and was like, yeah, I don't need this. I didn't get Legends when that came out. And I think Gen 7 of Pokemon was fucking trash. But in terms of, like, Gen 8, 9, they've been doing enough different, interesting stuff for me, while keeping to what got me into the series in the first place. To relate it to this game that we're playing, Borderlands, rather than Pokemon. The core thing of Borderlands is you want to have characters that play in meaningfully different ways from each other, use weird items and action skills to modify your gameplay in different ways, and kill a bunch of enemies in between a bunch of bosses, and hopefully get some cool stuff to drop. That's like the Borderlands experience in one paragraph, right? You generally want all of those things, but outside of that core thing, you can change up what happens. Like, for example, that whole killing things to get cool drops thing, that doesn't need to be endlessly save quitting one enemy that you one-shot in, 2 picoseconds. That doesn't need to be loot acquisition. It just has been loot acquisition. So people say that that's what Borderlands is. Like, it doesn't have to be. That's something you can change for the better. But I wouldn't want them to, say, remove action skills from the game. That's not an upgrade so much as a removal of core identity. Because in everything you do in the game, you've got action skills. They're just street level, so to speak. Are you not dead? Pokken Tournament's quite appealing. Seems like a fresh formula of the series. Pokemon's got some spin-off stuff. The Mystery Dungeon series has got its own cult following. I've heard good things about Pokken Tournament. Those are things that are in the Pokemon IP that don't work as the baseline games do, as the mainline games do, excuse me. And things like that existing is cool, and that's a product of experimentation, right? It is taking the formula and changing it and seeing if people like it. I'd like to note that those are not classified as sequels to the mainline series, and that's important, because having that divide lets people manage their expectations. In a way, that's what Gearbox went for with calling Wonderlands not Borderlands, and a lot of the people who made it their personality to hate it rather than just be disappointed by the flaws and taking the wins. A lot of those people did not manage that expectation. They still view it as Borderlands. It's not. It's a very calculated decision that it's not Borderlands. So, separating out something experimental from the main series is a useful tool, is the TLDR there. You can apply that to lots of IPs. Shot at my pet. Is there an invisible wall there? Totally is. Really like the real-time combat from Pokken in a dueling game. Might be a really neat idea to get into the main line. Legends Arceus did a little bit towards that department. Like, it kind of pushed back on the whole strictly turn-based environment of the mainline series. I think that's something that maybe isn't super far away. What are you adding to the wedding invitation here? A bunch of cryo damage from this. We have a shock AIC here to deal with the shield issue. Next to Max Corrosive is here because it's a flak thing for when you're fighting robots. It's good. I'm using a Deadeye experimentally. But the big thing to keep in mind is spamming the wedding invitation is the answer to getting more value out of it. It's not, you can't have it in your head like say a monocle where you're going for very few well-placed shots. You spam it because the wedding invitation applies a stacking debuff up to 4 times that causes enemies that you hit with either a crit or a ricochet to take increased fire and cryo damage. The wedding invitation bullets being fire, the ricochets and explosions being cryo, and we have cryo bonus elements. So we are trying to hit enemies as many times as possible to get that debuff going so that if the first shot doesn't kill them, the second one is very likely to. We do have to hit the crits and ricochets for that. Who's closer to Skullmasher or Leota? Definitely closer to Skullmasher. Yeah. Which just further proves that, I know people really like this idea of, you know, lining up shots and one shot and then move on with sniper rifles. That's just not how these games work. That has never been the optimal sniper use in any of these games. It's been viable in each of the games, and it is viable in all Borderlands games and Wonderlands. But peak performance of snipers is always doing something else. Because, once again, one of the core tenets of Borderlands is that the guns are weird. They do weird things. Got myself with Ricochet. Need the 2D Metroids all have a Dread style remaster. Good games, but it's aged in the new style of platforming. Make them more enjoyable. And Nintendo will get all my money. Imagine Fusion with Dread style. Be cool. Dread is a fantastic game. I mean, weird. A gun reloading when I swap away and back is totally normal. Let me try a 3-shot here. Curiosity. Because I think how this fight works, justify that a little more. Spend $70 for it, I'm so serious. Yeah, no, I think it would do very well. Oh, I was about to shoot. Now I'm gonna wait. You can't make me hurry up. There we go. That's why I waited. Grenade Hunter Seeker? Yeah. Hunter Seeker is noteworthy because the bullets that the grenades shoot can crit, and they count as bullets for pretty much every sense of that. So they get your next 2 mags annoyance. They can trigger the Bounty Hunter class mod. They can stack up Furious Attack. They can crit with Flax Megavore skill on top of naturally hitting crit spots. They're very, very good. Divider, Roid. Might use it. They're very good. You could use them as a like your main damage dealer. I have a build for that I can showcase real quick. Get one more run of something in before we call it today. Wedding Invitation's fun. I definitely want to mess around with it more on more builds. I think the next big project is Banjo, as I said. As far as Zelda goes, they need to work on that. Breath of the Wild is a good idea. Every Zelda game is a bullshit-ass mechanic, makes the game drop down by 1 point for me. Sorry to break lure to ask about another game. You know if they up the Gemstone Liquid Rainbow drop rates for the Season D3? I just got both of my third try of the respective cave each. Can't speak. Never be sorry about that, Jester. Control got the Gemstone in 15 minutes, and it took me 3 to 4 hours. So I don't think it's changed. I think you fucks are just lucky. Game's just as stuttery as I remember. How nostalgic. It do be like that. What about Nagata? Nagata's a good grenade. It's not gonna compete with the top end of grenades, but it's definitely good enough to clear content with. It's more suited to Moze because of how her skills work. Whereas Hunter Seeker is genuinely just useful in all characters. But see, Hunter Seeker's doing all of the killing for me here. The items were in V-Run. Oh, I'm sorry. I like the items, but they do be ruining some runs. Sub 15-15. Oof. Someone shoot me so I can reflect for some Groundbreaker. Thank you. EchoCast is so broken, still says you're playing most for me. Yeah, unfortunately, they left EchoCast to die in 2021 before they stopped support for the game. Before they stopped support for the game. So there's a lot of stuff that just doesn't work. It's very sad. Because it used to be perfect. But over time, things broke and just never got fixed. Oh, we got this bug. That's fun. Yeah, sometimes this Valkyrie just decides it doesn't want to move. stuck chilling. They kill themselves with reflects. I'm only taking damage from the dots that they put on me. Might get back on development for BL3 to surpass their expectations during the recent sale. BL3 goes on sale very often, and a lot of people pick it up every time. I would not consider that as them being likely to restart development on a game that they have not actively maintained in a year and a half. Primal Zoes. I mean, I guess if you're doing like LOD not rapid fire, that's good. I don't know. That's a big if. Yeah, just take your ashes. Take your ashes. Into a recent mumbling in some random newslet, Google News brought up to my notice. Yeah, I think we both know that that's not a source worth factoring into your expectations. Shift servers being down like 7 hours the other day was concerning. Yeah, that definitely was concerning. Shift as a service just does not perform very well. If you do anything else for BL3, like Commander Lilith type of transitional DLC, I'd be very surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if that is something they did after announcing a sequel. Like, my expectation for that would go up in that regard, because Lilith DLC was a very smart move for building hype. Now, in terms of some of the things that implemented into that game, mixed bag. Effervescent rarity is just representative of everything wrong with BL2's rarity system. They kind of broke some stuff associated with the OP level system, shifted some stuff behind a paywall that didn't exist before. There's some problems, but in terms of the good, I just personally enjoy the story stuff in the Lilith DLC more than most other BL2 story content. I think Hatterax is one of the better bosses they made in that game. It gave Tiny Tina her second of 2 character moments in the entire mainline Borderlands series. Did some cool stuff. But another major thing it did is it set up a lot for BL3. It set up the character dynamics of Lilith and the Raiders, and it prepared us for the series of L's Lilith would take as a character and as a leader. There's echo logs that teased each of the BL3 Vault Hunters. It teased the Tannis being a siren thing. Like, it was cool. I totally want something that would do those sort of things in BL3. In the event of a BL4 being announced. And it's not like they didn't leave BL2 to rot with problems for a bunch of years. So, them doing the same for BL3 doesn't necessarily mean that they'd never come back to it, but I do want to stress managing expectations is important here, because the Borderlands fandom has a really bad habit of taking a scrap of a theory and turning it into, they promised us this, they promised us that, they're definitely doing this, that. So, manage those expectations. Colonel Ava and the Skirmish for Sanctuary 3. Honestly, that's a banger title, J-Bridge. I'll just see some legendaries in BL3 just being moved to a dedicated rarity instead of just name drops. Some legendaries can't even surpass Hail. Okay, let's unpack that. How does that help anything other than putting resources towards changing colors on items without affecting gameplay at all? It doesn't do anything. The problem of BL2's rarity system is there's too many fucking rarities. Pearlescents are just legendaries, but bad, that come from specific places. You know what legendaries that come from specific places that are generally of a slightly different quality than other legendaries are? In BL3, that's Mayhem 4, Mayhem 6, and Raid Boss exclusive items. There you go. Those are functionally exactly the same as Pearlescents from Borderlands 2, yet they don't need to differentiate themselves into another rarity. Borderlands 2 also had no real logic with, hey, this thing's a blue, this thing's a legendary. Okay, how do we differentiate these? I don't know, man. They're just there. Now that's true in other games too, but when a large chunk of what people actually use in both challenge runs and playthroughs and an endgame in BL2 is just blue quest reward guns that were not legendaries for no real reason, like it's kind of like, what? And then you had effervescence, which are just copy pastes of other items, most of them not good. Now Seraph in Borderlands 2, that rarity was good because it had a currency associated, it had vendors associated with it, like it had things to set it apart. If you're gonna do an extra rarity above legendary, which I don't think you should do, but if you're going to, be more like Seraph and less like everything else that game did with rarity. Hail's a pretty big overcorrection. Yeah, Hail and Crit just got multi-100% damage buffs that no one expected or asked for no reason. Yes, we one-shot the boss with the ground slam. We'll kill this one with reflects and grenades. Need more colors because the pool of yellow and purple is overwhelming to sort through and look at. Like, if I see a pearl, it's easy to pick up and instantly go to sell it. It's not gameplay. But, like, what does the pearl rarity mean to you other than, hey, I can pick this up and sell it? Because pearl guns still sell less for less than rocket launchers, so like, unless it was a pearl rocket launcher, so like that doesn't even mean that on a uniform level. In a perfect world, we have white rarity or the trash items, green rarity or, you know, the baseline, the stuff you use while learning the ropes. Blue is like quest reward stuff. You just toss all of that in blue. That works for me. Make all those blue. Quest reward uniques, just put them there. And then purple is the top tier for non-unique items. That all makes perfect fucking sense to me. Then legendary being the uniques that you're using at endgame, the ones that do super wacky shit. Like, cool. That easier to visibly see. I'm not really having any difficulty differentiating things here, Moo. It seems pretty straightforward to me. Like, I know I don't give a shit about these, but because there's rarity confusion with the blue, I might care about this. I have to look at this, because there's some items that are even in the legendary drop pool that are blue. Revengeinator, Hunted, Hunter, and Huntress are 4 items that are legendaries, but for no reason, because Borderlands can't make up its goddamn mind, they're blue. There's even a white rarity legendary in this game, the Echo 2, but it's a meme, so people don't care about it. Purples, I have to check. Legendaries, I have to check. See a pile of 6 yellow in the corner. So what's the problem? That the items dropped? Like... I don't get it. What does it do? Why do we need all these different colors that don't mean anything? Sometimes it can be good. Example, in Wonderlands, they gave cosmetics their own loot beam color. It means that you know that that beam is always a cosmetic. That's good. Sometimes getting tired while the purple and gold on the ground floor is just too busy. Really have to see some variety. How does more color on the screen make it less busy? Can someone explain to me, like I'm a small child, how making the spectrum of things you're seeing on the screen and where your eye is jumping around to worse makes that problem better? I don't get it. Please explain. Please change the shade a little bit so it doesn't look like a thick-ass brick of yellow. What? Legendaries on the minimap makes my gun freak out more than the 29 spawns to playing friends on PC. Yeah, you know what one of the core steps doing an endgame rush category speedrun in this game is? We're just doing, 12 activities back to back. It's turning off minimap legendaries so that your game doesn't fucking fry. Minimap legendaries option. Here, I'll, where is it? Is it gameplay? Yeah, this thing. This has a cap. You get enough drops, it just stops working because it doesn't know how to handle it anymore. It just doesn't work if you get enough. Like, the UI cannot keep up with the amount of shit that's happening everywhere. Easier for me to notice different shades of colors? And you're saying that we don't have enough different shades? Like, no matter what the color, you have to look through. If there's more than one, you're gonna have to differentiate. And personally, it makes more sense to me if this pile has 2 colors. Okay, I can identify, it's 2 colors. There's this one, and then there's that one. Looking at this pile, there's 3. That's more stuff to look through. If this was BL2, there could be 3 more than there could be in this game. Now, there's solutions to simplifying even within the systems we already have. Like, maybe white rarity items don't need to drop after you complete the story at all. That's perhaps an option. Same with greens. Because those two just kind of stop meaning anything. Other than the weird cases where they have uniques in there. Different intensity of the beam based on annoyance. Yeah, the intensity of the beam thing actually was was relevant years ago before anoints were guaranteed. You could identify at a glance if the drop you got was anointed or not, and then you wouldn't even have to look at the beam. You wouldn't even have to look at the item, rather. You could just be like, oh, that's not anointed, don't care, bye. But now that anything that can be anointed drops anointed, it's just like, that is just functionally the legendary beam. That's what it looks like now. You have to drop like a class mod or something. See, that's what the other one looks like. Now these two are almost the same color. They're different shades of orange, but the beams are visually different. Like, bottom line is, it's not... I'm not saying you're wrong to be able to have certain ways of filtering through loot and certain preferences in that department, but, like, more colors does not help you. It just gets worse. I prefer more colors over beam shapes. You're entitled to your preference. From my personal experience with previous games, and also with fan mods for this game, it just makes it worse. Wedding invitation sucks. Does it, Pineapple Fan? It does? Okay. I know a lot about sucking, so take my word for it. Based. Based. Another failed run this time because of the pet baiting the items in the Scourge fight so that items could pop Scourge's bubble. Which pet are you using? There's like a brief window where you can attack command the pet onto Beefcake. You're attack commanding Scourge during his immunity. Because that can help get the Beefcake out of the way. It's still prone to fail sometimes, but it helps. So, here is a wedding invitation. Next to Mag's Corrosive, level 72, Mayhem 10, completely standard. We put on the other class mod. Where's my... I'll use that one. Keep forgetting to change my artifact to what I actually want to use, but... We have the right build? Yeah, and we're using the right build. Use 3-shot fade for this run. But yeah, going back to the loot beam conversation thing. There's a couple mods for BL3 made by fans that introduce extra rarities and shift items around between rarities. You end up with a situation where looking through loot piles becomes awful because not only are there more colors at play, but some uniques were shifted from, say, blue to orange, or from orange to blue, or from orange to purple, and it's like, you need to check everything because you don't know what's where anymore because none of the rarities mean anything. Come on. Quiet game. Pet, leave me alone. Let me get myself up. There we go. I'm sure there's an option you could put in a weapon you're farming for to change the color when it drops to help with sorting. Yeah, some sort of highlight thing. A lot of games do have that now. I like that idea, where there'd be like a crafting recipe for an item, and if you don't have all the mats, it'll let you flag which thing you need, so the game will let you know when that drops. Stuff like that, yeah, that'd be great. Just one-shot it? Yeah. Too long didn't read with the complaint. It would be cool to be able to differentiate uniques, perhaps as a separate rarity. A lot of legendaries seem to deserve to be unique on top, not a legendary which cut out golden bricks on top of the ground and make the screen less busy. That doesn't make sense though, Shazbot, because what do you mean deserves to be unique on top and not a legendary? Why are the two things structured that way? Like, and there's items that people underrate the value of. There's items that are situational in their usage, and there's items that like why shouldn't all unique items that have some sort of effect like that have red text, why shouldn't those all be one rarity? Explain to me why they shouldn't just be one. I don't know if it's obvious I'm drunk as hell right now. It is, but drink some water. Because we have, in Borderlands 3, I'll use items in this game as an example because I've talked about other games a lot, and I want to keep it relevant to this. The Amazing Grace pistol is a legendary Jacobs that is not good. It cannot be anointed, and only comes from a quest. It is legendary, orange. The crit is a Maliwan SMG, one of the strongest weapons in the entire game. Only comes from tipping Moxie, can be anointed, and it's purple. Why? Like, why? The Echo 2 is a unique grenade with rad text that drops from the literal legendary pool. You can test this by opening the Lilith chest at the end of the campaign. It only gives you legendaries. Echo 2 can come from there. It's white. So, like, if you're looking through a random loot pile, you could get a legendary that you don't know is there because it doesn't show up on your minimap. It doesn't have the loot beam of other legendaries. Doesn't make a sound when it drops. Like, red text ones be a different color? Yes. Just make all uniques one rarity. So you know that's a unique. It seems pretty logical, right? That's you got there. Maybe we can call the rarity uniques. I know, it's crazy, right? But instead you have, simply because it's been done before, not because it's good game design, because it's what people are used to, you'll have this whole thing where people believe that legendaries shouldn't drop. That people shouldn't get easy access to uniques of that specific color because they only mean something if you get them infrequently, which scarcity does not equal value. That is simply not how itemization works in looters. You'll have things where people believe that an item's loot beam inherently makes it more or less valuable to the scope of content for the game. Like, people believing that pearlescents, simply by existing, add anything to the game, are harder to acquire or anything. That's just not how it works. red text weapon should be red color rarity. I don't care what color it is or anything. Like, they could just reuse legendary for that. It's whatever to me. But I think uniques, if something has red text, it should be one rarity so people can look at a glance and be like, oh yeah, uniques, let me look at that. Or make a pearl so people can shut up. Yeah, as long as it doesn't affect gameplay, if it keeps those people happy in their delusion, then sure. Fuck it, give it to them. But the point is, it's a waste of resources, it's not more gameplay, and it doesn't make sense. Let me jerk off Seraph Rarity again. Seraph Rarity's raid-exclusive items that have their own currency and a vendor associated with that currency. That is deserving of its own thing. Glitch rarity items in TPS. They're their own beast. Pearlescents are just shitty legendaries with no differentiating aspect. Now in BL1 they're handled differently, but BL1 handled a lot of things differently because it was a baby Borderlands. Didn't know what it wanted to be yet. Get out of there, I need to crit you. I think maybe the game more accessible to people outside the community is helpful. Well, that's the thing, Mook. They do that with every entry. And the self-professed, you know, super fans, they push back every time. BL3, on a basic level, is more accessible than previous games. There's people who make it their entire internet persona to say that Gearbox hasn't made anything good after 2013. Wonderlands did the same. Expanding accessibility, even to a point where it's verifiable through the game selling more, pulling more interest outside of the existing fandom, does not make the game immediately be recognized as such. Next thought, BL3 letting you access endgame after one playthrough is an abomination. Those are exactly the people I'm talking about, Mo. And like, that's such a shitty take. Oh, you should play this game called Borderlands. Does it have endgame content? Yes, you can't access it unless you beat the game 3 times and then grind levels. Yeah. Not to mention that those 3 playthroughs don't even get you enough levels. So a lot of people end up doing 4 playthroughs, and then that's before OP levels. Like, if you describe the progression system of Borderlands 2, or TPS, to an outside player, they'll think it sounds like shit, because it does. I'm testing Purple Flag recently at random one-shots from my loader pad every so often, don't know why, even if it's Noshidopi 10. So the thing with that is, the warloader can throw a copy of your grenade. And any damage dealt by the warloader, by any of Flak's pets, gets a times 51 mayhem scaling multiplier. So just card damage times 51, and then that's where it starts. Then the pet damage formula and stuff goes in. And in the purple tree, you have things like, Monkey Do gives the pet the ability to crit, and things like that. So you can have a really high theoretical highest number for what your warloader can do. It is capable of doing hits big enough to kill pretty much any single enemy in this game. Um, but the reason why, one of the reasons why I still say to take that with a grain of salt is it's extremely inconsistent. You basically need to hit this chance on the rare occasions that your pet throws a grenade that will actually hit the enemy and not like blow itself up. And you have to not get any of the many bugs that happen with Purple Tree. You have to not get the bad AI that happens with Flax pets, especially the ones in Purple Tree. So, yes, you'll see some like cherry pick clips out there of people getting those successful loader grenades, but it's so inconsistent. It's one of the rarest things to happen in BL3 because of the unreliability of everything in that tree. And also, that number is so above what anything in the game needs that, like... So let's say peak damage number for a warloader is 20 times what Flak can do. But if Flak can shoot 3 times in the time it would take for that grenade to happen once, and kill the enemy first, does it matter? It's like, you only need to shoot... You don't need to one-shot things that hard. Consistency is ultimately better than having a 20-sided die where the 20 is the enemy dies, and 1 through 19 are various flavors of your hair fucking falling out. From the stress of waiting for the thing to happen. If you like gambling, sure. Warloader. Mr. Steel, how you doing? So, that was, wedding invitation. Well, you can go to DigiPeak whatever you want. Can you? You can go there and get your ass beat. Real. Part of why I like it. Play Warloader off stream, is that the origin of the beanie? No, that's just bad genetics. That's just bad genetics. Yeah, gun good. Requires a build around it, which you can say about a lot of the snipers. That's a fun contradiction in how snipers in this game are perceived. Like, let me pull up Loot Lemon real quick to prove this point. Borderlands 3 weapons, weapon type, sniper. Okay, so this is going to be 36 sniper rifles. I didn't filter by legendary. This is just all uniques. Let's just go legendary. Let's check how many of these require a build to do something noteworthy or to function well. ASMD requires building around and a specific playstyle. Auto aim's just not very good. It's fine for playthroughs, and I like that it's a guaranteed drop. Like, you go through DLC 1, you will get at least 1 auto aim, but, you know, not great. Bird of Prey requires building around. Boogeyman, you don't need to really build around a Boogeyman. You can, but you don't need to, because it doesn't handle like a sniper rifle. Cocky Bastard, unfortunately, fell behind balance-wise, but if you're going to squeeze value out of it, you need to build around it. Complex Root, bugged to the point where you don't really even need to have a pulse for Root to be one of the strongest guns in the game. Firestorm doesn't handle very much like a sniper rifle, so you don't need to build around it that much. Really scuffed run, managed to pull a 15-18. Let's go. Do you think sub 15 is possible? Headsplosion, one of the best snipers, still requires a build around. You still have, say, the issue that the Wedding Invitation was having this past run, where the ricochets can and will kill you. It's still a non-elemental gun. You're going to need to solve that problem. It's still single projectile, requires some precision. You're going to need to build around it. Disruptor, it's another single target Jacob sniper. This one with some really cool gimmicks, but guess what? Those gimmicks require being built around. Krakatoa, basically an AR. Don't need to think too much. Liuda, full auto. Only thing you need to worry about is the distance from the target and ammo. Malik's Bane, not good. Masterwork crossbow, unconventional trajectory with the projectile. You definitely need to build a certain way, and also the gun is generally just hard to use. Monocle, pretty straightforward, except the massive zoom makes it actively hard to use. Narp is weird. Narp is just a weird gun. Operator is entirely a gimmick gun. Operator gets shit on a lot by people, but like, it's one of the best guns you can have in a playthrough. Did that science with Eraser ever get done on the Operator? Because if this thing erasers well, then it's also endgame viable. Sandhawk is one of the highest DPS weapons in the entire game. The day this thing got nerfed, it lost range, it got its ammo cost increased, and it lost 2 projectiles. It was still one of the go-to weapons for clearing the Guardian takedown on the day it came out, which had double the HP. The mobs had, more HP than they do now. Septimator Prime, I'm told, is decent, and it handles like an AR, so doesn't surprise me. Skullmasher is a shotgun pretending to be a sniper rifle, and it's one of the best. Stalker is another multi-projectile sniper rifle that basically functions like a shotgun, and it's decent. Storm functions more like a launcher than a sniper, and it's good. Tankman's Shield, hyper situational, one of the most particular things to build around in the entire game. Super niche, functions well when you build around it, but if you don't, it's awful. Unseen Threat, kinda lost power over time, but in terms of sniper rifles, it functions pretty well, because guess what? It functions more like other weapon types. And then Wedding Invitation requires very specific building around because of its multiple layers of gimmicks. And Woodblocker honestly functions somewhere in between AR and Sniper. So it doesn't surprise me that when the Woodblocker had its crit buff that they lost on all platforms except PS4 in the summer of 2021, the gun was good. The gun got nerfed from top 10 to top 10. Sandhawk moment. How does the Overkill Badass rank apply on Operator? So, like, Overkill is based off of card damage, and there are ways to increase card damage, such as the Shield Break Ampanoint, which takes the value of your shield and adds it to your card damage for the purposes of damage calculation. My understanding, roughly. So like you can use that to get more base damage. But short answer, Overkill is connected to base damage. So in normal circumstances, it does fucking nothing for the Operator. Rackstab's geared now. Nice. Hey, Luke Bridge. Welcome in. How you doing? Okay, I want to do one more Wedding Invitation run. I know I said one more like 3 runs ago, but it's fun. It is simply enjoyable. I still need banjo ideas. Cause that's the next project. I want to make a gun build that makes good use of that. And go back to Amara and start DLC 4. Get some Bloodstar Beast. Ugh. I'll just calculate the last damage you deal to an enemy, potential raid boss one-shots, and the stage skips. No, the cap for your overkill is tied to your weapon's base damage. You stack it up by doing excess damage to enemies over their health total, but like you still are limited by how much damage your weapon does. Banjo idea, do spark plug ideas, but worse. I mean, Banjo Hunter Seeker is good. We know that already. In the event of using Warloader, Banjo is actually one of the best things you can use, because the Warloader's shots do trigger Banjo, as do the bullets from its Hunter Seeker. So, like, that's a use case, but I've already done that. I want to do something different. Glowed Banjo? Never tested that. Damn, almost got him. Don't you emote on me? Wait, did he just die? No, he didn't die. Okay. He almost died. Find Mayhem 11 post-mortem to be very livable. Mayhem 10 to be very livable. You just need to be aware of where your enemies die in just places. Yeah, that's one of the preferred modifiers for most builds, Shazbot, because only 2 post-mortem skulls can ever be active at a time, and they move very slowly. They're also fairly easy to kill, especially if you have excess just explosions happening. So postmortem is definitely one of the easier ones to deal with. You're absolutely right. Hey, Britt, how you doing? Ow. Dot got me. It's my own dot, too. Postmortem melee drone seems to be the GOAT. Yeah, yeah. That is best case. Currently rolling with Loot Explosion, Radnova's drone skulls. Best case modifier for like most neutral gameplay is like Loot Explosion, Healy Avenger, Drone Ranger, Postmortem. Healy Avenger in the medium slot is definitely the most comfy. Worth noting, those modifiers aren't actually random. They pull from a very long predetermined seed. So this means that no, you can't get lucky. You just need to know exactly how many rerolls the combo you want is, or just edit it, or just play Mayhem 11. You know, like lower drops. Mayhem 11 doesn't have lower drops. I know the game tells you this. It doesn't actually, like, that's not a feature that's in the game. This is confirmed by data mining and by the devs themselves. They claim to maybe have an interest in correcting that down the road, but that never happened. Lower drop's not a thing at all for M11? Correct. M11 is completely identical to M10 in every possible way with the exception of modifiers and Vault Card XP. Vault Card XP might not even be different. I don't remember that off the top of my head. I have that spreadsheet bookmarked somewhere, but who cares about Vault Card XP? There's no difference in your loot acquisition or your game difficulty. Like my Loot Explosion. Loot Explosion's nice. Like, if you're not bothered by M10, then you're not losing anything by staying on M10. M10 is, you know, with the right modifiers, more rewarding. Or more conducive to certain builds. Just passing time for the pet to come get me. Pet? Are you gonna? What is this? It really came over here just to dance and not help me. M10 technically easier? Yes. Not only things like extra second wind targets, but a lot of those modifiers either increase your movement or your damage. More Than Okay Boomer is very commonly used for grenade builds to just get large amounts of free grenade ammo. Big Kick Energy is just do more damage with anything that goes pew pew. A lot more damage. Speed Demon is just some of the largest movement speed in the game for existing. Come on, Megavore. It's not being kind. There we go. Good policy to throw on Earthseeker right before going down, because it helps you get your kill skills after you've gone down. Gives you 2 anger to die, procs, and can kill things. Want me to just throw literally better Herald? That's you. Herald is stronger. You might have a bad roll Herald, or you might be comparing certain elements unfavorably to each other. Rose and Thorns is a good gun though. It's just Herald is silly. Finally got a Corrosive Monarch now that I don't use a Monarch anymore. The Desire Sensor. Didn't care, so it gave it to you. Double penetrating. So fun fact about double penetrating prefix with both of those guns, it nerfs both of those guns in terms of efficiency, because in both cases, not everything about the gun doubles. In both cases, it's more ammo for a disproportionate amount of extra damage. You get less damage out of that one shot than you would by firing 2 of the lower ammo cost one, but for the same ammo. So it's less damage and the same ammo. And yeah, Rose and Thorns is element locked. It is a split between fire and corrosive damage. The projectile, the shot fires projectiles that work differently. Some of them are corrosive, some of them are fire. But yeah, in both cases, double penetrating is worse for the gun. But even in that case, Herald is more damage. It's in BO3 or 2. This is in 3. The BL3 Herald is one of the most overpowered guns across the entire franchise. The BL2 Herald is simply good. They are at entirely different tiers of existence. Herald speedrunning build. On the flak board for a while, Lazy's top run before Lucky 7 was introduced was 3-shot fade with a corrosive Herald. Silent. Herald is absolutely, like, you know how Radical is speedrun viable? Can compete with a lot of that non-gun stuff on an optimized setup. Herald is the same area of power as the Free Radical. The two are very comparable. You get a double penetrating uncapped Herald in BO3? Yes, I'm aware. Did you listen to anything I said? What I said about the Herald and the Rose and Thorns is that in both cases, double penetrating does not double the projectiles. In Unkempt Herald in Borderlands 3, it reads as ×3, but it is functionally ×7, because what it does is it shoots 3, and then it gets 4 extra projectiles in flight. It's a split and then another split, so a total of 7. So it should read as ×7 on the card, but it doesn't. It's got the 4 unlisted. Increasing a Herald's projectiles from 3 to 4 does not increase the number of splits you get. You still only get the 4. So you're shooting 4 and getting 4, rather than shooting 3 and getting 3. So you're getting 1 extra projectile, while lowering the base damage of all 7 of your projectiles to accommodate that 8th. And the ammo cost goes from 1 to 2. It's worse. with the Roizen's Thorns, the way that gun's projectile works is it shoots a center thing, and then it's surrounded by smaller projectiles. Doesn't double all of that with the double penetrating. Goes from 3 to 4. Yeah, excuse me. From 3 to 4. Thank you, Super. But the ammo cost goes up by 1, is the point. Can I give up Lucky 7, though? You can. And it would make you a more well-rounded player in general to know how other things work. Help you learn the content better as well. Like, you don't know what you're not doing until you try to do other things. And yeah, boom. Wedding Invitation's been a lot of fun today. It's quite good. I'm looking forward to seeing what Mr. Sean does with it on Amara, and what Mr. Ron does with it on Zane. I did Moze and Flak today. Moze and Herald is stupid? Extremely. It's actually crazy. Do I have a build for that? I think I do somewhere. Was it knees? No. That one? Might be that one. It's either that one or that one. Right? Or was it Juliet? Oh, it might have been Juliet. Might have been Juliet. I have too many saves. Okay, yeah, we're rid of the 65 saves now. Nice character names. I'm glad you think so. Ever consider streaming to play one takedown with every max level save you have? I've done that. I didn't make it through even half of them. a mech. Let's see if it is this one. Can Herald compete with Lucky 7? Depends on the content, depends on the character, and depends on how hard you push Herald. Herald has not been attempted by as many people as Lucky 7. Now, if you were to run the same exact route and the same content, Herald's projectiles are slower. It doesn't always crit. So, in that sense, no. But you'd have to take a different approach, and you can always just fucking try it, Silent. This is the replay setup. No, this isn't the replay setup. What is this? Oh, this is the Ember's Blaze one. Was this Iron Bear? Oh, this was Slaughters. Okay, yeah. We gotta find where I have a Herald safe somewhere. It's somewhere. This one? I want to play the video game, weirdo. Borderlands players when they have to play. I do it too. No one bite my head off. What about a no capstone Herald Moze build? It'd go pretty hard because you can still grab superior firepower. The biggest thing with getting the kills rolling, like you start getting phalanx stacks, but then you're chilling. This was replay. This is the replay one. Replay's pretty good though. Phalanx Spear auto 2 RPM. Yeah, checks out. What comm? 3-second rush idea. What's the shield you're wearing? Inferno Wish, Kirk. More projectiles means more ricochets, but also faster delivery of the debuff because you need fewer hits to do it. Yeah, that looks good, Pris. The no stainless steel bear made me jump, but then I thought about it and was like, no, that makes sense. Might be a Pearl build. I mean, until you get enough Phalanx Doctrine stacks. Pearl until you've gotten kills. This is Launchers and Radical. I was gonna end, but I figured, like, if I'm gonna look through my saves list anyway. Even then, with that much bonus element, that pre-kill's likely more important. You're not wrong, but I want you to be wrong, so I'm gonna say you're wrong. Because this is the internet, and that's how it works. Any questions? Giga chat. No, you all underrate Pearl on Moze. Nope. Nope. La 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 la. Yes? Boom, you got a question? Alright. What's up? What's your question? Is it if I like jazz? Gaslight Prismatic into being wrong by forcing him to think he's wrong. Oh yeah, here's my flak named Moze. Okay, it's somewhere in the 72 saves, right? What is this? Oh, that was the yellow cake. I know what that one is. Could sell your mod? Huh? Like, my moderator? Yeah, I'll sell Priz. Priz, I'm selling you. Is that okay? Boy. Mods! No, it's not. So you want me to just give you away? I value you more highly than that. I have a rat game I want to play. Right, can you put something other than AoE in your artifact? Quack. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Who do you think I am? Is really anti-Pearl? Yes. One reason is I don't want to promote an item that people can't fucking get through any, like, reasonable amount of their time. Ah, here we go. Here we go. This is the Herald setup. Best argument for non-Pearl here is Snowdrift and area effect size. Yeah. That alone is enough. Yeah, Yeah, this is Void Rift, Rocketeer. Oh, okay, I remember the setup. I remember this one. High chance this just crashes my game, by the way. One of my favorites. Ah, you like this one? Oh, my game audio is already gone. Yeah, scrolling through my saves list had some consequences. You get to hear me clicking a lot, I guess. This is Harold. He's a bit of a dick. Finish the altar, not gonna lie, GR one time is pretty rough and I did it. Let's go, Jester. Drop short fuse, you know you want to. No. There's an enemy there. I can't hear anything, so hard to tell. No. It would be funny, though. Here, because you said that, you have to look at this. Suffer. Suffer. I will close stream. So this is what happens if you successfully run endgame content in Borderlands 3 for 5.5 hours without your game crashing. So maybe the game crashes were implemented just so the audio issues wouldn't get discovered. It's just a 5-head development strat. Buff game crashes, nerf wedding invitation. You heard it here first, folks. Just make it easier to hear the music, I support it. Perfectly valid conclusion. Quack's gonna be back to Boogeyman chat, because after stream he'll drop short fuse and things will spiral. You can't prove that. I resemble that remark. Buff stones, swan and swan stones. Base. I was having a discussion in Borderlands official server yesterday about how Borderlands pistols are good because they're not pistols. And this is a good example. It's like a lot of people want the rootin' tootin' pistol archetype to you know, be a thing. Like they really want to do stuff like use an Unforgiven as a primary weapon for the purpose of shooting enemies. But functionally, this game's just not designed that way. There's a typical Torgue pistol. Rapid fire, this is a fucking rocket launcher pretending to be a pistol, and you know that. The typical Torgue pistol in this game does jack shit if we're talking non-uniques. Like, this is atypical of how those function. Whereas you could call something like, say, a trick shot analogous to how a non-unique Jacobs pistol kind of functions. And the trick shot is very mid. You'll have these absolutely game-breaking monsters like the Radical, the Lucky 7, the Herald, that are what they are because they don't act like their weapon category. And this ties in with the sniper conversation we had earlier, where the top end of snipers, you know, the ones that don't really super require a build to build around, are the ones that don't act like snipers at all. This is just a pistol that doesn't consume the ammo that it should. This is a rocket launcher, excuse me, that doesn't consume the ammo that it should, because it consumes pistol ammo instead. Like, some launchers are balanced to consume extra ammo because of how efficient they are at just hitting a bunch of things. Like, the Rhina's, what, 10 ammo per shot? Because it hits a ton and for a lot. Plague Bearer is, you know, reasonably priced to ammo-wise. But you have this thing where you could use it as a primary for full activity without touching a vendor, and no problems. That's when I first played BL2 and got a Maggie in normal mode. It was so good. Maggie's great in this game as well, up until late Mayhem. At which point it's just kind of fine. I'd say the Maggie's better off than most Jacobs pistols, because it's a shotgun pretending to be a pistol. Even if BL1 the Masters are the best, basically shotguns, there you go. Borderlands has not handled pistols or ARs well, but the pistols are good because they're not pistols. The ARs just don't do anything that's not covered by pistols and SMGs. This boss has cryo resist, by the way. Kind of sad the Wotan music isn't playing, but best pistols in BL1 were shotguns, SMGs, or snipers using pistol ammo. There you go. Best pistols in BL3 are shotguns, SMGs, or rocket launchers using pistol ammo. Show skill tree after run? Yeah. Barely any red tree because we wanted to get a lot of purple. Purple down to superior firepower. This gives you, in an amount equal to the status damage, it gives you cryo damage. So 100% cryo damage. This means that cryo is generally better than corrosive on most if you're able to take this skill. Just more damage, even against armor. Cryo weapons, in most cases, also have a higher base damage than corrosive, so even more bang for your buck. Feature creep is just there for bear damage for when I'm shooting bear myself, but other than that, purple tree is pretty standard. Blue down to short fuse. My Rocketeer has 5 TCP just because I thought that was funny. 5 Skagden's like a better roll, but meh, whatever. Red tree is just 1 security bear, 4 armored infantry, 1 drowning in brass, and then green is I want more cloud of lead, but whatever. I guess maybe if I were to change this, I'd move the scrappy point to cloud of lead. But yeah, this is what it is right now. And in terms of gear, it's a Urad Herald is the only thing I shot. Action skill start Void Rift. Recurring Hex Cryo with OGT. Rocketeer with splash radius, splash damage, pistol damage, and Atom Bomb Deathless, the pistol area max size. The idea is, also in Guardian rank, turn off topped off to increase your cooldown, meaning you get more uptime of big surplus. That's the setup. Anyway, we talked about Herald, so that's that. But my game is unhappy with me, and I've been live for 5.5 hours, so I think it's about time for me to call it. I appreciate you guys hanging out, though. A lot of fun today. I'll be live tomorrow with I don't know what. There's a non-zero chance that I do something weird like a OG Resident Evil 4 stream. I don't know. I'll see how it runs on my PC. I gotta try out the RE4 remake demo. Make sure my PC runs that, because if that works, then that'll be stream content later. Also, I still want to do that Metroid Prime remaster playthrough. I just gotta actually get the game and figure out where all the cords to my Switch and stuff are. Let's see. Vander's on Diablo, Lazy's on Elden Ring, Chad's on Destiny. I think he's raiding. Now let's go to Lazy. He'll only be live for another 47 minutes or so, but he'll be amused by my game audio dying from opening my saves. Grenades bounce back, hit me 10 times. Yeah. Grenades be like that. Yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Thank you again for all the love and support and the chatting. It's a fun day today. I'll try to have something interesting tomorrow. Raid message shall be, you got this. Old reliable.